Senator Oyer. Here. Senator LaMountain.
Present.
Minority Whip Rogers.
Here.
Senate President Lawson.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. House Clerk, please.
Chairwoman Serpa.
Here.
First Vice Chair Casimiro.
Present.
Second Vice Chair Naray. Representative Agello.
Present.
Representative Batista. Representative Boylan.
Here.
Representative Breen.
Present.
Representative Carson.
Present.
Representative Falella. Representative Handy. Representative Messier.
Present.
Representative Paplowskis.
Present.
Representative Place.
Present.
Representative Quattrochi. Representative Shawcross-Smith. Present. Representative Solomon.
Here.
Representative Speakman.
Present.
Minority Leader Chippendale.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, clerks. I want to begin this afternoon, number one, by welcoming everybody and thank you for coming. I hope everyone's comfortable, and we're going to thank you for your patience today early on. I want to especially thank my colleagues from the Senate, all of my colleagues from the House, and the press, as well as interested public who are here. Again, thank you for coming. So, this afternoon, we're convening this joint committee between the House and the Senate to continue our oversight activities into the closure of the Washington Bridge's westbound span in December of 2023, which was nearly 2 years ago. 2 years in which the impact of this closure continues to have devastating and inconvenient impacts on Rhode Islanders every single day. Whether it's time at work or a family member's time lost in traffic, the loss of livelihood by a small business owner, or just the anger and the frustration of the thousands of us who feel that in fact that a once routine trip across the river is now an ordeal to be planned for and avoided in advance, if at all possible. Those impacts are profound and inconvenient, and this committee has an obligation to understand the circumstances that led to this event and what we can do to avoid this happening again. Make sure that this situation is never repeated elsewhere on our roads and bridges ever again. Today's hearing, as you know, follows two earlier sessions, but it has a very different focus and a very different tone. These hearings focused, the past two focus on a large part of what happened immediately before and during the closure of the bridge. This afternoon, our focus is very different. We're here this afternoon, in fact, a large part, in fact, because of several recent revelations about the history of the problems that ultimately led to the bridge's closure. These revelations, many of them contained in a pair of reports issued by Wiss, Janney, Eltzner Associates, raise very serious questions about the maintenance history of the bridge, the adequacy, frankly, of DOT's management and supervision of that maintenance, and whether and how opportunities were missed that could have prevented the emergency that arose. Questions that must be answered by public officials who are responsible for the safety and the maintenance of our roads. They also raise, unfortunately, serious questions about statements that have been made to the public about what caused the bridge to close, when, and why. So I want to welcome my co-chair, my fellow chair, Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to note a few things. First of all, this joint committee, fully recognizes that there is currently litigation that is pending between the state of Rhode Island and many of the firms that did work on this bridge. The committee respects the litigation process, and this hearing is not intended to interfere in any way with the lawsuit that has been brought. But clearly, when the safety of our roads and bridges is in question, we have a responsibility to the taxpayers to seek answers and assess for ourselves whether state agencies have done the job that we need them to do in order to keep us safe. The answers can't wait for the uncertain outcome of years of litigation. As the Attorney General has made clear in supporting these oversight efforts, and I'll quote, "The people of Rhode Island deserve transparency and accountability." And that is our goal here today, to move our ongoing oversight inquiries forward in light of the new information that has come from that WJE report. It's been suggested that we should wait to ask questions until after the state's lawsuit has concluded. But the fact is, trial of that case is not scheduled to go forward until sometime in 2027. There would then be appeals. Keep in mind, the parties to that lawsuit have all received the information that we have now received. They've seen the WJE report. So there's no reason that questions can't be asked pertaining to the facts that are contained in the WJE report. The Attorney General has indicated that those questions are fair game. That is oversight. And as the AG noted, the mere fact that some third parties might be at fault does not give the state or state agencies a free pass. Perhaps most importantly, a trial might gain some monetary recovery, if you will, from third parties, damages from contractors. But this situation is about more than money. No amount of money that could be recovered will restore trust in our state government and in our bridges. That is our aim here today. You know, the state is looking to fix a transportation problem, that bridge. But we also need to make sure that if there were flaws in the process leading up to that bridge closure, that we identify them and fix them. You can't fix something until you know what the problem is. And again, that's why we're here today. To further this effort, the committee has asked Attorney Zachary Cunha to assist us by asking questions about the facts and the questions raised by the reports we've received. Zach Cunha is familiar to Rhode Islanders as a result of his honorable service as U.S. Attorney here in Rhode Island from 2021 to 2025. Given the gravity of the issues we're dealing with, the public deserves clear answers, and that's the goal here today, to shed additional light on what happened and whether there are things that RIDOT could have or should have done differently or can and should be doing differently now. This is not the end of our inquiry. But it is an important step. We have a lot of ground to cover, and we're going to try and be respectful of everyone's time today, including the director. So we're going to move directly to Mr. Cunha's questioning. Members will have the opportunity to raise questions after Mr. Cunha has questioned the witnesses. And we've asked members previously to bring to Mr. Cunha any particular areas of inquiry they might want him to pursue. I would ask members to consider whether what they're about to ask has already been covered. As you know, with 27, 28 of us, it gets to where it's a bit of an unwieldy process. And likewise, Director, at the close of the questioning, we welcome any brief statement or comments that you would like to make for the record. So with that, Attorney Cunha, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman. If I could ask that the clerk be directed to administer the oath.
Good evening, Mr. Director. Would you mind standing? Raise your right hand, please.
Sure.
Director Alviti, do you solemnly swear the testimony you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
As you heard, I've been asked by the committee to conduct this afternoon's questioning, or at least the first part of that questioning, which is prompted by the recent disclosures of two reports by Wiss, Janey, Elsner, and Associates, and some of the questions that those reports raise. As you heard, I am very much aware, as is the committee, of the pending litigation between Rhode Island and a number of the private companies that did work on the Washington Bridge. And the point of today's questioning is not to interfere with that lawsuit, but to better understand RIDOT's practices and the adequacy of those practices, not from a standpoint of liability, but from the standpoint of whether the agency, both in the past and presently, is doing what Rhode Islanders have a right to expect of it. With that said, I recognize that there may be questions that implicate the attorney-client privilege or another legally recognized privilege relative to the litigation, and you can, of course, invoke that privilege. I note that you're here today. You're accompanied by an attorney from the Rhode Island Office of Attorney General, Mr. Bravaza, who's here on behalf of the state, as I understand it. To make it very clear, none of my questions are going to ask about any communications that you may have had with attorneys. Today's focus is on factual issues and conclusions, including many on subjects that you've spoken about frequently before. In fact, I heard you on Mr. Valicenti's show this morning, and I believe your comment was that you hope that any and all of the questions the committee asks you'll be able to answer. I hope we can proceed in that spirit. So at the outset, to make this a little bit easier, unless I specify otherwise, when I ask you about the bridge, let's agree that I'm referring to the westbound span, span 700, the span that was closed in December of 23 and since demolished. And second, we have a lot of ground to cover this afternoon. So I'm going to ask that you focus on my questions, try and answer them as succinctly and directly as you can. As the chair has noted, there'll be an opportunity later on for additional commentary if you believe there are things that the committee should consider. So let's get underway. But before we get to the disclosures in the WJE reports, because I think it's important that we all have a common understanding of what we're talking about, and it's been some time since the committee's previous hearings, I'd like to start with some basics and make sure that we all understand what we're talking about. And I'd like to start by going actually back to the very beginning, to the design and construction of the Washington Bridge in the 1960s. I think you've described this bridge in the past as, quote, extremely complex and being unique among Rhode Island's bridges. So I want to make sure that we go back to the design and we understand that we're all on the same page. Sure. And just to clarify, sir, you're an engineer, are you not?
I'm a civil engineer, yes.
Correct. Are you aware, after the emergency closure of the bridge in December 2023?
But,
yeah.
Let me add to that I'm not here as an engineer. I'm here as the director of the Department of Transportation that oversees the conduct of the department.
Understood.
And manages that.
I appreciate that clarification. I think my point is that you probably have an advantage on me when it comes to an understanding of basic engineering concepts.
Yep.
Are you familiar with a company called VN Engineers?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and they conducted an assessment and issued a draft report in February of 2024, did they not?
Yes, they did.
Are you familiar with that report?
Yes.
Okay. Could we bring up Exhibit A? You've read that report?
I have.
Okay. That report describes the Washington Bridge as a complex structure. Do I have that right?
It does.
Okay. And if we could bring up Exhibit B, just to revisit some of the basics, the designation of the Washington Bridge as a complex structure is based in part on the fact that the structure used both balanced and unbalanced cantilever beams as part of its construction. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And it's also based on the use of the steel tie-down rods that I think by now we're all quite familiar with and we'll be talking about in some detail today. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Both of those elements, the balanced and the unbalanced cantilever beams and the steel tie-down rods, those were part of the original design of the bridge, correct?
That's what the VN report tells us, yes.
You have any reason to believe that those weren't original features of the bridge design?
No.
Okay. Now, I know this bridge was built in the late 1960s. Your agency didn't exist at that point. The Rhode Island Department of Public Works would have been the agency that oversaw the bridge construction, right?
I'm not sure of that, but if you say so.
Okay. Your agency absorbed the functions of that entity when you were created in 1970, is my understanding. Do you have any reason to believe that's not the case?
I don't know one way or the other, but I assume that you're presenting that, and that's the case.
Okay. Now, I know if you were to build a bridge today, there would be standards that would govern the design of that bridge, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there were standards that were in existence in the 1960s. They may not be the same standards as today, but there were standards that would have governed the design and construction of a bridge, right?
I wasn't here then, so I don't know that to be a fact, but okay.
Okay. I'm not suggesting that you were here at the creation of the bridge. I'm just trying to get a common understanding. We're going to talk about the WJE reports in a little bit, but one of the things that was noted in those reports was the fact that at the time this bridge was built, there would have been certain standards in place, including the American Association of State Highway Officials. I think that's abbreviated as ASHO. They would have had specifications that were then enforced. Do you have any reason to believe that that's not the case?
I have no reason to believe that's not the case.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that when this bridge was designed, it didn't meet the standards and specifications that existed in the late 1960s?
I have no knowledge of whether it did or it didn't.
Okay. As we sit here today, the original design plans for the construction of the Washington Bridge, are those plans in the possession of RIDOT?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know whether RIDOT has plans for this bridge?
We have plans for, we have 1,100 bridges, and we have various plans for all 1,100. So not knowing what particular plans you're referring to, I couldn't answer that.
Well, let me put it another way. In the time since December of 2023 and today, have you either yourself reviewed or asked anyone to determine whether RIDOT has the plans for the Washington Bridge?
I can't recall ever having requested that.
Okay. If we could bring up Exhibit C. And I'm not sure, for those who are watching on the larger screen, if you can see the lower edge of the diagram. This is from the WJE report that we're going to talk about in greater detail in a minute. And I believe the legend reads an excerpt from data sheet 8 of the original design plans from 1967. Do you know if WJE got this design plan from RIDOT or from some other source?
I don't know what source they received this from.
Do you, are you aware of any source that WJE would have gotten the design plans for this bridge other than from RIDOT?
I have no knowledge.
Okay. So as we sit here today, you don't know if RIDOT has the plans for this bridge?
I mean, as I said, we have plans for some 1,100 bridges. Each bridge has multiple plans in our archives, and I don't have a personal knowledge of every single plan, 1,100 times however many dozens of plans there are for each of those bridges. I have no knowledge of that.
I have to confess, Director, I'm somewhat surprised. I'm not asking you about some random viaduct bridge in Lincoln. This is a bridge that has been the subject of great public scrutiny over the past 3 years. There has been a great deal of attention paid to its design and what happened here. And you're telling this committee that in that time you haven't either reviewed or even ascertained whether RIDOT has the plans for this bridge?
No. As a matter of fact, in order to understand my answer to this, you need to understand the framework in which we are enacted by law to operate at DOT. And my job is to oversee the department, its workings in all aspects, some 700 people and some several hundred projects a year that we do. The main focus, and by law, DOT, under the state law and the Federal Highway Administration oversight, is compelled to act as a project management type organization. That means that even though I'm an engineer, I don't act as an engineer or perform design or construction actions. I oversee companies that we hire to perform those functions for us. So when you ask, am I aware of a specific plan that's buried in the archive among literally tens of thousands of plans and specifications that the department has in some archive someplace, and whether I've seen them, the answer is usually going to be no, because I pay literally hundreds of millions of dollars every year for private contractors who have much more experience than I, and more experience than anyone that works at DOT, to perform those reviews of those various plans
I
and to
appreciate
seek them
that
out for
context,
whatever purpose is
Director.
necessary.
I appreciate that context, and I want to talk in considerable detail about some of the oversight of those contractors
Yes,
who do
good.
that work. My question to you, though, is that in the time since this bridge failed, no one at RIDOT has thought it was necessary to determine if you actually have the plans for the bridge. And it seems that the answer to that is no. Do I have that correct?
Well,
You said you haven't reviewed
So
them.
I'm not sure that anyone at RIDOT would need to know whether the plans exist. For example,
I don't need an
when-
example, Director. We can talk
well, let
about
me give
specifics
it,
down the line.
Give
I'd
me
re-
the benefit of giving it because I think it'll explain to the public, and I think what this committee wants to know is the truth. So the truth of the matter is, with regard to the Washington Bridge and this plan that you're talking about, someone at DOT may have, in the course of for example, when I first asked for the forensic report to be commissioned, the person that I asked to commission it, I asked them to get the best consultant, the most knowledgeable consultant that they could find that would do this kind of analysis, and ask them 5 questions.
We can
And-
talk about
well,
those
let me
5 questions,
finish.
Director.
And in the
Respectfully, no.
conduct of
Respectfully,
that-
we have a lot of ground to cover, and I'd ask that you try to answer my questions as
I'm
succinctly
trying
as you
to.
can.
I'm trying to,
my
if you
my
would let me.
question right now is whether you've personally ever reviewed the plans for this bridge.
No, I have not.
And as we sit here, can you identify anyone at RIDOT who, in the wake of 2023 and the closure of this bridge, went back and looked at the plans?
I can't identify because I gave a general order to hire a company
Understood.
to look at these plans.
So the answer is
and
you
to
can't
provide
identify
whatever
an
plans and specifications we had to that company so that they could conduct the report that that I commissioned, that we're here to talk
The
about.
WJE report.
That's correct.
Okay. So, as we sit here today, do you have any reason to believe, based on the WJE report that you commissioned and have reviewed, that these plans were not and have not been in RIDOT's possession throughout the life of this bridge?
No, well, it showed up in the WJE report. So in order to get there, somebody at DOT had to provide them with those plans.
Understood. I want to focus briefly on the specific issues that led to the closure of the bridge, specifically the post-tension tie-down rods, with which I think we're all fairly familiar.
Okay.
Can we agree that it was the discovery that at least some of those rods had been severed that prompted the closure of the bridge in December of 23?
That initiated it, yes.
Right. And would you agree that part of the reason for that was the conclusion that those tie-down rods were critical to the bridge's load-carrying capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And would that included specifically the segments of the bridge at Piers 6 and 7?
That's what was conveyed to me, yes.
Okay. Would that also have included the west abutment by Gano Street?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay. And in fact, that was what you had described to the public in December of 23 as the reason for the closure of the bridge, that these pins, as they were sometimes referred to at that time, or rods, had ruptured, and they were critical to the structural integrity of the bridge.
That's what we knew at that time.
Okay. As we sit here today, you still believe that those rods were critical to the structural integrity of the bridge, correct?
I do.
Okay. And that with the rod's failure, there was the risk of catastrophic failure, I believe was the phrase that was used. Would you agree with that?
That's what was being conveyed to me at that point in time, yes.
And just to drill down on it a little bit, catastrophic failure means, in layman's terms, collapse, the risk that the bridge or part of the bridge could fall down?
Now, take it as whatever meaning you want. A catastrophic failure would have been resulted in a number of different things.
Well, I don't want to take it as the meaning I want. I believe
Primarily, it would have put people's safety at risk.
Well, let me ask you this. I believe on December the 11th of 2023, you were interviewed at a press conference and you were asked the question, now when you talk about the potential for a catastrophic failure, do you mean a collapse or partial collapse? And your answer was, quote, that's correct.
The potential was conveyed to me that the potential existed, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to get a little bit more granular about the specific reason why this was a concern when you closed the bridge in December of 2023. The VN engineering report that you read and we talked about a minute ago concluded that, quote, if we could bring up Exhibit H, the failure of the tie-down rods at Piers 6 and 7 is considered an extreme event condition for the structure and would result in large displacements, rotation, and transverse twisting of the structure. Was that your understanding at the time?
Could you direct me in the report to the page and paragraph?
It's actually up on it's on pages 31 to 32, and it's up on the screen in front of you.
31 to 32.
No, this is, actually, I'm sorry. Page 31.
31.
31.
And which paragraph?
The highlighted
6.6?
language on the screen. The tie-down failure at Piers 6 and 7 is considered an extreme event condition for the structure that results in large displacements, rotations, and transverse twisting of the structure. Would you agree that that was the risk that was created by the rupturing of the tie-down rods?
I agree that that's what VN, who again, my department commissioned to do this particular study, that is one of the conclusions that they came up with. Remember, this was after the fact, long after the fact.
Understood.
Yep.
My question is, this was their conclusion. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I don't have any reason to agree or disagree. This is what they said, and this is the information and advice that we take from the private company that we hired to do this.
So they gave you advice, and you accept that advice?
We do.
Okay. How long?
Counselor, could you correct the page? The page that we have is page 11.
It may have been
pages,
repeated.
I think 31, 32 of the VN report. I just want to make sure we're clear on what page it is.
Yes, it's page 31 of the VN report.
Thank you.
How long, Director, has RIDOT considered the tie-down rods to be a critical element of the Washington Bridge?
I have no knowledge as to how long DOT as an organization considered that to be critical. I have no idea.
You have no idea? Okay.
Nope. I certainly know that from the time that we found one broken, we did.
So certainly as of the date in December of 2023 that you found one broken, you consider that to be a critical component?
At that point in time, we did, yes.
Okay. But as we sit here today, you can't speak to whether there was any point in time prior to that that RIDOT considered that to be a critical component?
No, as a matter of fact, we had some 20 inspections over the last 10 years, none of which mentioned that as being a component of any concern.
I want to talk about those inspections shortly, but my questions right now are about RIDOT. Before December of 2023, are you aware of anyone at RIDOT having any awareness that this was a critical component of the bridge?
I'm not aware one way or the other.
Okay. In the area of general concerns with respect to the bridge, in addition to the failure of the post-tension tie-down rods, the VN engineering report also focused on a second concern with the structure of the bridge, the post-tension systems in the cantilever beams. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, those are the cables that run through ducts within the beam that are fixed to anchor plates and give the beam greater structural integrity?
Yes.
Okay. And those cables are also integral to the beam's load carrying capacity, correct?
They are.
Okay. And the deterioration or failure of that system also posed a risk to the failure of the individual beams where the system was failing, correct?
They did.
Okay.
Well, that's what the reports that we've had done after the failure, the failure of those tie-down rods was found tell us.
Understood.
Previous to that, the companies that we hired to do those kinds of investigations never mentioned that they were in any critical state.
So your testimony is the VN report flagged the post-tension cable systems as a potential critical concern, but before that, RIDOT...
This is after it happened. Before that, we had not been put on notice to the extent that VN characterizes it in their report.
Okay. But after the fact, when VN conducted that analysis, they concluded that that the failure of those systems also posed a critical risk to the bridge, did they not?
They, among a lot of other conclusions, that was one of them, I believe, yes.
And they also concluded that that failure, because of the nature of the problem, could occur without warning, right? The failure with the post-tension cable systems?
I can't say factually, but I believe that if that's what the report says, that's what it says.
I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. If we could bring up Exhibit J.
Far be it from me to say anything different than what our experts provided us. So I'm going to continuously, when asked those kinds of questions, respond by saying that's what our experts said in their report.
And just so that we're fully clear that I am not in any way altering what the experts said, the highlighted language there reads, to further clarify, this means that under sufficient load, the bridge could fail with limited to no advance warning. I take it based on your testimony just now, Director, that you don't have any reason to disagree with that conclusion from VN engineers.
I take the VNN report as being correct.
Okay.
Because that's what we paid them to do.
So basically, the VN report identified two systems, the post-tension tie down, the post-tension rods and the post-tension cable systems whose failure potentially could lead to the collapse of this bridge.
Among
other problems.
It's a several hundred-page report in its totality, and they point to a lot of different things. And as you said at your beginning, it's very complex. So they point in a lot of directions.
But specifically with respect to those two systems, they called those out as critical risks to the integrity of this bridge.
They, as a matter of fact, call out many other critical risks to the structure, but those are two of them.
The structure was not in good condition, I think it's fair to say.
That's a fair statement.
Yeah. A moment ago, we talked about the post-tension cable systems, and you talked about not being on notice of, to the extent, I believe was the phrase you used, as was flagged in the VN engineering report. Just to make sure that I understand this correctly, the post-tensioning cable system, that had been the subject of substantial repairs on this bridge between 1996 and 1998. Am I correct about that?
I can't speak to what happened before I got there. I can only speak from 2015 forward. And since then, there have been some repairs that included components of the bridge, and I'm not sure they included the post-tensioning system itself.
So are you aware, either from the WJE report or otherwise, of any issues that were identified? I'm not suggesting you were there at the time, but of any issues that were identified with respect to the post-tension cable systems in the 96 to 98 renovation?
96, 98, again, I wasn't there, so I can't speak to what the condition or the remedy of that was.
So I'm not asking about what the condition was in 96 or 98. I'm asking whether you are aware of any findings from the 96 to 98 renovation about the condition of that system.
I personally have not reviewed any of those findings.
Okay. Would you disagree with the conclusion that the 96 to 98 renovation concluded that there were significant problems with the post-tension system?
As I said, I can't agree or disagree. I haven't reviewed them or...
Well, we'll talk about that a little bit in the context of the WJE report specifically.
Yep.
But it sounds like as we sit here, you don't have any awareness of what was found in 96 to 98. Would that be fair to say?
No, my focus has been on the last 10 years that I've been here, hiring companies to do a fresh, clean study. When I first got here, as a matter of fact, one of the first things that I did, because of the state of disrepair of our bridges, when I got here, was to commission new inspections immediately of every single bridge that we had, and then to conduct them on a yearly basis from that point to today, and to rely on the expertise and the findings or critical findings of anything on any of those bridges. So I took a fresh, clean look at every one of the bridges, and we acted on the recommendations of those experts in every one of those cases.
So Director, as part of taking that fresh look at any individual bridge and inspecting it, would you consider the prior history of that bridge to be relevant or important?
Well, I think it's inherent in the contracts that we signed with these companies that makes it their responsibility to review any of the past documents and/or plans of these bridges to do their work. And we assign that responsibility to them.
I'm glad you raised that. I'd like to turn specifically to the responsibilities that attach to some of these inspections that are conducted before we talk about the inspections themselves. RIDOT has a document called a Bridge Inspection Manual, doesn't it?
Yes, we do.
That document, at least in its present form, has been around since, I believe, 2013. There were some revisions in 2016, but it's largely the same document. Is that your understanding?
I have no knowledge of what the revisions of that have been, but I know it's been around, yes.
Okay. If we could bring up Exhibit K. The Rhode Island Bridge Inspection Manual, is that based on Federal Highway Administration standards?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that this manual does is it defines certain roles with respect to bridge inspections. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
The first of those is the program manager or statewide program manager, Exhibit L if we could. That individual is a RIDOT employee?
That's correct.
Okay. Who's currently the state program manager, or is there more than one?
I'm sorry, I don't have his name here in front of me, but we've had several over the last 10 years.
Okay. How many have you had over the past 10 years?
I can't be certain. It was several.
Okay. You don't know the name of the state program manager?
Say it again,
You
please.
don't know the name of your state program manager for bridges?
I don't recall his name.
Per your manual, if I'm reading this correctly, the program manager is, quote, the individual in charge of the bridge inspection program who provides overall leadership within the bridge inspection program and provides guidance to bridge inspection team leaders when requested.
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
I'm reading from section 2.1.
I'm sorry, I don't.
It's up on the screen.
Okay. The highlighted portion?
Top section, 2.11. Is that your understanding of what the program manager's duties are?
Among other things, yes,
Okay.
that is.
Is there one statewide program manager, or are there multiple managers for different parts of RIDOT's inventory, if you understand my question? In other words, is every bridge in Rhode Island under the purview of one statewide program manager?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. The current statewide program manager, I know we established you don't remember his name. How long has that individual been in his or her job?
I think for 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years. Throughout the period of time since the closure of the Washington Bridge?
I believe so, yes.
Do you meet with this person regularly?
You know, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Is there...
I mean, I believe that I've met with him several times during this process,
Okay.
during the last year.
And would that be true of his predecessor, the person who was in the job a little bit more than 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, I don't recall, but it could be that I met with them.
So, since the closure of the Washington Bridge, you haven't had any meetings with the statewide program manager about the Washington Bridge?
I believe I have
Okay.
on 1 or 2 occasions, yes.
You don't remember who that individual is?
I don't. I feel bad that I don't. I should, but I don't know that person's name as we sit here.
How many employees do you oversee at RIDOT?
700.
700. The statewide program manager, is that someone who sits at headquarters with you, or are they out in the field?
They are in the same building, but we have several hundred people in our building.
Okay. If we can move to section 2.13, I want to make sure that I understand the responsibilities of this individual correctly. Your bridge manual provides that the state program manager is assigned the duties and responsibilities for bridge inspection, reporting, and inventory. These duties and responsibilities may then be delegated by the statewide program manager to project managers, consultants, and team leaders within the state. Although the statewide program manager may choose to delegate some or all functions to other bridge inspection personnel, the statewide program manager retains all responsibility for bridge inspection operations for which he or she was assigned. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of the responsibilities of this person or this office?
I think that's accurate.
Okay. This sounds like a fairly important position. Wouldn't you agree, Director?
Every position in DOT, all 700 are important, and this has its place, and it is an important position, sure.
I don't dispute that all 700 of your employees have important roles to play, but I guess my question is, I read this language as saying that when it comes to bridge inspections, the buck stops with the program manager. Do you disagree with that?
Well, only insofar as in the structure of DOT, the program manager does do what this paragraph said. They assign those responsibilities to, I think in the words of this, project managers, parentheses, consultants. And that is a very key phrase in this. And I think that is very much what a lot of what we're talking about today needs to be put in perspective of. The program manager themselves, or any of the personnel at DOT, do not have the ability to perform the functions that are called for in order to create an inspection report or to be able to determine the accuracy of that report. Rather, it is their responsibility to oversee and manage the program in general of the inspection of 1,100 bridges, to which DOT does not have internal or supervise internal engineers to perform those inspections. Instead, we rely on a project management structure that we are committed to by law to outsource those responsibilities to private companies. And the reason is that they have the expertise and the resources to provide the extensive kind of engineering knowledge and apply it to the inspection of all of our bridges in order to provide us with the safest way of assessing those bridges. In our case, the program manager basically oversees and manages the outsourcing and contracting with, in the case of the Washington Bridge, 8 or more during just the last 10 years, expert bridge inspection companies that perform these functions, and along with the responsibilities of performing it, the authority to look and report back to us any critical findings and to look into whatever aspect in whatever way they seem or deem necessary in order to come up with their conclusions.
That's helpful, Director. I want to stop you there.
The engineer who stamps those plans in the private companies are the real person who is responsible for having portrayed the actual condition of the bridge the way it is.
Understood,
not the program manager.
My question for you, however, is your bridge manual basically says that the program manager retains all responsibility for bridge inspections. And so I guess
could you say that again?
The statewide program manager retains all responsibility for bridge inspection operations for which he or she is assigned. So just to be clear, based on your answer right now, that responsibility does not include ultimately being answerable for whatever is the conduct or findings of an individual inspection are in your view?
They could be answerable for it, but they can't be responsible for the content and whether or not those companies, frankly, that we've paid just in inspections during the last 10 years, $200 million for expert companies to inspect our bridges. We expect them to deliver a report that is complete, accurate, and we don't second-guess them.
And
the reason we don't second-guess them is that the liability and responsibility for accurately portraying to us any critical findings and any other kind of findings on those bridges is entirely the responsibility of those contractors. We paid them $200 million in the last 10 years to do that for us. We expect them to do it.
And if they don't, Director, what internal capability do you have to detect their failings?
We, as I said, if we detect any failings, for example, in the course of the repairs to the Washington Bridge, where their failings were found evidently in the field by a broken rod.
I'm not talking about happenstance where something is discovered in the field. I'm talking about, do you have capacity at RIDOT, whether through engineering or expertise or otherwise, to review a report from one of these consultants that you pay hundreds of millions of dollars and assess whether that report has adequately evaluated an individual asset?
That's a great question.
I'd like to hear your
answer.
answer.
The answer is absolutely, and they do. Our program managers, just on the Washington Bridge, didn't do it themselves. They hired additional companies. In fact, in the case of the Washington Bridge, just in the last 10 years, to relook at the work done by the previous inspectors, 8 different companies in 20 different inspections during the last 10 years. I would call that proper oversight by the program manager, having hired an additional 8 companies, not just a second look at it, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, and an 8th look at the same bridge in the same way by different companies in order to assure himself that the safety of the bridge was in order. So I would say that that program manager was acting in a responsible way by not just accepting the word of the first inspector, but by having it looked at 8 different times. That's why we have 13 defendants in this case, because apparently every one of them overlooked a critical nature for which they were being paid to find for us. And I would say that program manager did their diligence in making sure that there was repeated efforts to relook at the same bridge by different experts. And all the experts came back and gave them the same information. We can only act on the information provided to us by these experts.
So whoever this program manager may be, they, in your view, acted correctly with respect to their responsibility?
When you considered that we have had 20 inspections by 8 different companies on the same bridge in the last 10 years, not even counting all the inspections before that, I would say that that program manager took his job pretty seriously and repeatedly had that bridge looked at by different companies, not the same company, different companies, so that he could feel sure that the results. And we paid them, just in the case of the Washington Bridge, those 8 companies, $3 million to do that work for us. We expect that for that money, and them presenting themselves as the experts and signing contracts with us to take full responsibility for their findings, I would say he was doing his job.
So let's talk about those inspections.
And that's what this is all about.
Let's talk about those inspections. If you could bring up Exhibit O. So by my count, Director, and the following one with the box. By my count, during that 10-year period, there were 11 inspections that were conducted.
I stand corrected. There were 20 inspections since 2001, but in that 10-year period, 11. That's correct.
The number of inspections was not a gotcha question, Director. I just want to make sure that
No,
we're all on the same page.
I want to correct the record to make
Understood.
sure that I'm telling you the truth, right?
So if we focus just on the past decade of the Washington Bridge's life,
Yes.
from July of 2015 to July of 2023, we have 11 inspections with at least 1 per year, and by my count, 3 in the year 2017. And they're labeled as routine, special, or underwater.
Correct.
Can you briefly describe for us what's a routine inspection?
I can't, according to the classification given here, you'd have to talk to the writers of this report to determine what they meant by those terms.
So, as the head of RIDOT, the terms routine inspection or special inspection, they don't have any particular meaning to you?
Yeah, I mean, they have, in a general sense, meaning to me, but my meaning isn't of any concern here. It's the meaning and the intent of the author of this.
Well, let me ask a slightly different question.
You need to talk to them about that.
I'm not asking about the author's intent. I'm asking when RIDOT commissions an inspection, specifically when it commissioned these 11 inspections.
Yes.
Does RIDOT call for a special inspection, a routine inspection, or just hire a contractor and say, do whatever inspection you think is appropriate?
As I said, I would recommend that, is this the WJE report?
This table is from the WJE
Yeah, so
report.
I would recommend that you speak with WJE, who specified those in that manner, what they meant by that.
That may well be a step that the committee takes, but my question to you, Director, is are you aware when RIDOT commissions an inspection of a bridge, specifically when it commissioned these inspections of the Washington Bridge, did it specify the type of inspection it wanted?
I'm not aware one way or the other. They may have or they may not.
Okay. So as we sit here today, you don't know whether this decision to conduct a particular type of inspection would be a decision by RIDOT or by the contractor?
All that I can say is what I know. We have contractors that make recommendations to us and other contractors that we have double check and look at them, or consultants and experts that look at their results and determine what needs to be next. So we have a series of consultants and experts that we hire to do different functions. Some of them to do the actual inspections, some of them then to take those inspections, review them, and determine and recommend to us what the next steps are. So the different classifications here could have come under any one of those. I'm not aware of which one. I have no knowledge.
And these inspections were conducted by multiple companies, by my count, 5 of them by AECom and 5 by, and the remainder by other companies. I think we've established that you don't know who the statewide program manager for RIDOT would have been at the time of these inspections.
I don't.
Just to drill down a little bit, because I think you said that position may have changed over, would there have been more than one statewide program manager who was working during the time of these 10 years of inspections?
I'm not sure of that. I can't honestly answer that.
Okay. How does RIDOT determine what the scope of any individual inspection is going to be?
There are a number of factors that play in. FHWA, that oversees and receives the results of every inspection report that we have, helps our engineers and determine, so there's a consultation with them. We have other engineering companies that act as owners' reps that review these engineering reports and make recommendations on what next steps are as a result of what's in those reports. And then we have the companies themselves that have the responsibility to take their inspection in any direction and use whatever means necessary to fully understand and provide to us an assessment of the condition of the bridge.
Is there any mechanism within RIDOT to communicate particular concerns or issues that you want one of these inspection companies to look at in the course of their inspection?
Say that again, please.
Is there any mechanism within RIDOT by which the agency would communicate to one of these inspection companies, these are particular issues we'd like you to focus on during this inspection?
Yeah, it would be the contracts themselves. So contracts determine what the scope of services that the various experts are contracting for.
So beyond the contract, would there be any mechanism by which RIDOT would flag specific issues that it would like the contractor to take a look at during the course of an inspection?
No, quite the opposite. We rely on the contractors to tell us if there are any specific things that they're looking at that they're going to expand upon.
So that's the total universe of information. You rely on the contractors. There's no information that flows from RIDOT to the contractor about issues that you'd like them
I'm
to
not
examine.
saying that there's no information, but I'm saying generally the contract is the framework in which our employees communicate and direct the work of and oversee the work of the various experts that we hire.
Okay. Let's talk specifically about the most recent of these inspections, the July 2023 inspection that was conducted by AECom. That was a routine inspection according to this table. Do you know, as you sit here today, whether the plans for the bridge were shared with the company in advance of the inspection?
I have no knowledge one way or the other on that.
Do you know whether they would have been available to the company?
If anything that we have available is available to any company doing business with us or any member of the public.
Do you have any way of knowing or assessing what RIDOT records or information a contractor examines or looks at when they're conducting an inspection?
No, as a matter of fact, as part of the contracts we have with these companies, it makes it, the contracts make it their responsibility to look at any and all documents necessary in order to conduct their assessment.
My question, though, is whether you, as the contractor, the person hiring the contractor, have any ability to double-check to see if they're actually looking at any RIDOT records or documents.
No, we rely on these experts who know what records they should be looking at. We don't have the expertise in-house to know what documentation these experts need to look at. We pay them and we contract with them and we make it their responsibility to seek out and obtain, and if they ask for it, we provide them anything that we have.
So I'm curious. I understand your answer that you may not know specifically what it is that they want to look at, but RIDOT doesn't do any sort of oversight to see whether they're looking at anything at all, as sort of an audit or a spot check of whether their work is adequate?
No, I said what I said. We direct the companies, and it's their responsibility to review whatever documents they want.
Okay, so you don't know what documents were reviewed in advance of the July
I have no
2023?
knowledge of that.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, I think I know the answer to this based on your prior comments, but in advance of this hearing, there were some document requests that were sent to RIDOT by the committee. And if you could bring up Exhibit P. One of those requested any and all memoranda, notes, or analyses between February the 1st of 2015 to December the 1st of 2023, referencing or concerning the condition of the tie-down rods. And the response from RIDOT was very much in line with what you've said today, that RIDOT relied on hired experts and is not aware of any of those experts giving RIDOT notice of changes in the tie-down rods. My question is, are you aware of any analyses or memoranda created by RIDOT regarding the condition of the tie-down rods during this time period?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Are you aware of any discussion or evaluation within RIDOT before the July of 23 inspection about the condition of the tie-down rods?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Are you aware of any discussion within RIDOT before the July of 23 inspection about how to access the tie-down rods, to view them or inspect them in the course of the inspection?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Are you aware of any efforts by the statewide program manager to consider or evaluate how these rods might be accessed or inspected during the inspection?
Not aware of any.
Okay. And I think we've established you're not aware of anyone from RIDOT specifically bringing the condition of the tie-down rods to the attention of the inspector before this inspection.
No, quite the opposite. It was the responsibility of the inspectors to tell us about those, not us tell them about those. It's not the responsibility of anyone at
I'm not
DOT.
asking about responsibility, Director. I'm asking as a factual matter whether you're aware of any such communication.
I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. Have you reviewed the inspection report from the July 23 inspection from AECom?
I may have. I've looked at, as you can imagine, I've looked at a lot of different reports, and that may have been one that I looked at, yes.
Are you aware of whether that report speaks specifically to the condition of the tie-down rods in July of 2023?
My recollection is that it did not.
Okay. And I take it, if it did not discuss the condition of the tie-down rods, that there would be no specific discussion of their thickness or level of corrosion?
I have no idea. I wouldn't speculate on that.
Are you familiar with the term section loss?
Of course, I mean, it's a general engineering term, yeah.
Okay. That would be a narrowing or a loss of thickness resulting from corrosion, potentially?
That could be one.
Okay. So you're not aware of any discussion of section loss in the post-tension rods in that July of 2023 report?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay. And you're not aware of any recommendations in the July of 2023 report for further inspection or scrutiny of the tie-down rods, are you?
I'm not aware. As I said, I don't recollect what my review of that document was, so I can't say that I recollect.
Are you aware of any information in the July 23rd report, and I think based on what you just said, the answer would be no, that would speak definitively to whether those rods, any of those rods had fractured as of the date of that inspection?
No, I think the response that we gave when asked for any information pertaining to those rods, the response that our attorneys gave is the response, that we didn't have any information on that.
So no information whatsoever as to their condition?
That's what our attorneys have reported to you, yes.
Okay. I take it your answer would be the same with respect to the post-tension cable systems, that there is no specific discussion in that report as to their condition? To the best of your recollection?
So apparently our attorneys, when looking for anything mentioning or talking about that, did not find any responsive documents.
And you have no reason to believe otherwise?
I don't believe one way or the other. I'm just telling you what our attorney said.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge otherwise, as we sit here?
I have no knowledge in either case.
Okay. And recognizing your answer about the responsibility of contractors, I'm going to ask you whether in advance of that July 23rd inspection you're aware of any communication from RIDOT to the inspecting company, asking them to scrutinize the post-tension cable system.
I think that question was again asked made as a request of the committee to our attorneys, and our attorneys could not find any.
Okay. Could you bring up Exhibit O again? I'm going to ask, just to make sure that the record is clear, for each of these 11 inspections between July of 2015 and July of 2023, are you aware of any instance in which anybody at RIDOT specifically brought the condition of the post-tension tie-down rods to the attention of the contractor before the inspection?
I'm not aware.
Do you have any reason to believe that such communications took place?
I have no knowledge of 700 employees' communications with thousands of other people. I personally don't.
Okay. Are you aware of any instance in which RIDOT asked about the condition of those tie-down rods either before, during, or after the inspection?
I have no recollection of that.
Are you aware, I think we talked about the July of 2023 report, are you aware of any explicit references to what the condition of the tie-down rods was in any of those 11 reports?
I personally have no knowledge of that, no.
As we sit here today, are you able to tell this committee what the condition of the tie-down rods was on any of those individual inspection dates?
I can only tell you what we were provided. And what my folks are telling me is that the tie-down rod, the condition of the tie-down rods, was not mentioned to any degree of being in any kind of critical nature or in need of any additional repair. in any of these reports.
So it wasn't detailed, their condition was not detailed in any of these reports?
That's what I'm being told.
And your understanding is that would include, there's no discussion of how corroded the rods were on any of those individual dates?
I'm not sure if the corrosion was mentioned or not. All that I know is that none of them mentioned it as a critical finding necessary for immediate action.
Are you aware of any specific mention of whether or how much section loss of the rods existed as of any of the dates of these reports?
I'm not aware of any of them. But again, the reports say what they say, you know, and we've entered all of those into evidence. We've had them posted on our website for everyone to see.
As we sit here today, do you believe that these inspections were adequate, these 11 inspections?
Well, what I believe is not the issue here. The issue is that we have the Attorney General and a staff of attorneys that have put forth a lawsuit on 13 companies that are alleging in part that that is the case.
I'm not asking about legal liability. I'm asking you as the director of an agency who, by your own testimony a short while ago, spends hundreds of millions of dollars on inspections, whether you are satisfied that these 11 inspections were adequate. Do they meet RIDOT's needs with respect to inspection?
My opinion of that is of no consequence here. That is a matter before the courts to decide whether or not they were adequate and whether or not they provided. I think the state's case, of which, of course, DOT is part of, the state's case is that they didn't, that they did not.
Separate and apart from that, Director.
And that's what makes it a contractual issue between us and those companies that were supposed to provide us with vital information on this, who did not. They did not do what their contract said they were supposed to do.
And so separate and apart from whatever liability they may have, as the individual ultimately responsible for contracting with those companies, do you believe they did an adequate job with respect to these 11 inspections?
Apparently not.
Okay. Do you believe that RIDOT should have been able to detect that at the time?
As I said before, our organization is set up as a project management organization. It's not one that possesses the expertise on which to make that kind of determination. Rather, it is one that oversees the administration of contracts to experts who provide that information to us and are held responsible. The stamp that you see on these inspection reports, the professional engineer stamp, such as that one, makes it that company and that person, that engineer who stamped that, responsible for everything in the contents of this. Contractually, they are responsible to be accurate and provide us with the truth.
So it doesn't concern you from a management standpoint that for over 10 years you contracted with multiple inspection companies, that they apparently failed to provide you with adequate inspection reports, and there was no ability within RIDOT to assess that?
Whether or not I'm disturbed is entirely beside the point. The fact of the matter is, this methodology that I described to you and the assignment of that responsibility is really the benefit and the result of the state enacting a law that says we are to conduct ourselves like that as a project management organization that oversees projects and oversees the execution of contracts and makes assessments on the basis of an asset management-based system.
So as a
now,
project management
that's what
organization,
by law we are enacted to do, and in the case of over 350 other bridges in this state.
I'm not asking about other bridges,
well,
Director. I am asking you about this bridge.
We did the right thing.
Is it your position that as a project management agency, you are precluded from having engineering expertise that could review the outcome of an individual inspection and assess whether it was adequate?
We're not precluded to do anything.
So
what we are required
capacity?
to do is act like a project management organization, and we have conducted ourselves in accordance with that law.
My concern, Director, is that it sounds to me like you hire these consultants at great cost and are then helpless to assess whether their work is adequate.
Oh, we're not absolutely helpless. We have a contract that requires them to be absolutely accurate. And in the case of literally $7 billion worth of other projects, they have been. In this one case, they were not. And that's what this lawsuit is about, and that's what this hearing is about. In all of the 351 bridges that we use this same business model and oversight model to correct, finally, after decades of inaction in this state, during the last 10 years, over 350 of these bridges have been fixed using this model successfully, accurately, to scope, on schedule, and in budget.
So given that one bridge isn't too much to lose along the way?
No, it is not. One bridge is always too much. And we did catch this. We caught it out of a series of inspections that we had. And as a result of those inspections, a series of contracts that we put out to correct what we were told the problems were. And in the series of execution of one of those contracts, found a more serious component at risk. And we did that, and we prevented that catastrophic failure that you described earlier from ever happening, and we safeguarded the lives of the people of the state of Rhode Island in that way by implementing these same measures that we had for all of the 350 bridges in the state.
Let me ask you, Director, do you believe that RIDOT has the technical expertise in-house to assess the adequacy of inspection reports that are done by third-party
It is
contractors?
not our responsibility to detect the adequacy, rather to make sure that these companies are doing it the right way. And we did that. I submit to you again, you yourself describe 11 different, just in the last 10 years, 10 different inspections by several different companies, all providing information on the same bridge. That redundancy is our method of making sure that that very protection that you're talking about is in place. And we did that in this case.
And it certainly didn't work here if for 10 years of redundancy there was no condition of the
It
assessment
did
of the
not.
condition of these rights.
It did not at the fault of those 10 companies that were supposed to do their damn job and didn't.
My question is not about responsibility, it's about capacity. Do you have the engineering expertise within your agency to assess the adequacy of reports like these?
Whether we do or we don't, we're not set up to exercise that. Rather, we hire companies to do that, and we pay them handsomely to do that for us. That's how we're set up. That's how, as a matter of fact, we've been even able to fix 351 bridges. If we did that level of assessment with the personnel that we have inside DOT, we would have maybe fixed 10 bridges in the last 10 years. And by going to the project management model and assigning not only the responsibility, but also the authority to carry out inspections, design, and construction by private expert companies who we hire and pay because they have the expertise to do precisely what you're describing. And we did that in this case. We do that in every other case. In this case, the reason there is a lawsuit and the reason all of this happened is those companies did not deliver to the terms of their contract with us. In which case, this, like the other 351 bridges, would have been rebuilt in a way that was proper. Now, we did do this. We did take that. And what we see happening is we have the best bridge building company building a safe bridge that has none of the defects that this bridge had in it or on any of the design inadequacies that this bridge has, and is going to be built to a new standard, to higher material standards, and better design that's going to last 100 years, be easy to inspect, easy to repair, and easy to maintain.
In the wake of this failure of the Washington Bridge, Director, have you built out or considered building out any in-house capacity in order to audit or spot check or assess the adequacy of the work that's being done by your contractors?
As I said over and over, we have that already built into the process. The redundancy of having 10 different companies look at the same bridge in 10 years or in 10 instances.
I'm not asking
is
about
the redundancy that you're talking about, the double check that you're talking about. Yes, we feel responsible to do that, and that's why we hire multiple companies to take a different look than the previous company did at the same bridge and give us a second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, ad infinitum opinion, expert opinions on what the results of the previous inspection was. So we do have that redundancy built in.
And that redundancy failed again and again and again with respect to this structure. And so my question to you...
And thus the lawsuit.
And my question to you, separate and apart from the lawsuit, is do you not feel that some changes are in order at RIDOT to be able to recognize this sort of failing in the future?
In accordance with the very report that you're basing all of your questions on, which is the WJE forensic report, they made 2 recommendations for changes at DOT, and we've implemented them both.
And I want to talk about those recommendations.
Great.
But just to be clear, with respect to these 10 inspections, if there's a failure to assess or consider or evaluate the state of the tie-down rods as of the date of the inspection, your view is that failure is the contractor's alone.
That failure is a responsibility 100% of the contractor, yes. By contract and by the way that the legislature enacted a law that we ought to conduct ourselves on. We do not have the in-house capability, nor should we, to be able to do the design, the inspection, or any of the expert kind of work that needs to be done. That is all done as outsourcing. That's the way we do it. And yes, it is safe. And yes, it works. And yes, it is a best practice. In fact, FHWA brought in Utah 10 years ago to do a peer exchange with us so that we could adopt this as a best practice at DOT. We followed their leadership, and we implemented it at DOT, and it has been successful, except for this one case.
So you've talked about the success of this contractor model. By my count, 5 of these inspections were undertaken by AECom, and the rest were undertaken by other companies, Transsystem, Collins Engineers, Jacobs, and Michael Baker.
Yes.
How did RIDOT select those companies to do these inspections?
On a biannual basis, I believe, we go out for RFP, and we select groups of consultants to do various kinds of inspections for us. And that group is then called upon on an annual basis to and assign certain bridges to do that. We try and rotate them around so that we have, as in this case, more than one company looking at the same bridge over a period of time. And we select them based on their qualifications. And these companies are all very highly esteemed national companies with resources and capabilities far beyond that inside our DOT and the expertise to be able to do that better than we could at DOT. And that has worked. That's a model that's not only worked here, that's being employed now by many other states in the nation at the encouragement of the FHWA, who, by the way, is a partner of ours and provides 80% of the funding for all of these projects and the inspections themselves.
So in that regard, you mentioned that these companies are selected by a contract process.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Master Pricing Agreement 359 entitled On-Call Bridge Testing and Load Rating Services?
If it's numbered 359, you could imagine how many of these we have. So, no, that particular one I can't sit here and say I know exactly what you're talking about.
You're not familiar with a current state contract called On-Call Bridge Testing and Load Rating Services?
I mean, I'm generally familiar that we have these contracts, yes.
Are you aware that that contract is for fiscal year 26? It runs from January of 25 to December 31st of 2026?
If you say so. I can't say that I'm sitting here with prior knowledge of.
Are you aware that that fiscal year 26 contract includes Jacobs, Collins Engineering, Transsystems, Michael Baker International, and AECom?
If so, you say.
Are you aware of any of those contractors currently performing inspection work on bridges in the state of Rhode Island?
I'm not aware or unaware of them.
You're neither aware nor unaware.
That's correct.
So, as we sit here today, you're not aware of whether the state of Rhode Island currently has a contract to use the same inspectors that failed in this instance with respect to other bridges in the state?
We assign our contracts in accordance with state purchasing law and Federal Highway Administration law, who pays for most of them. And in accordance with their regulations, we cannot restrict the administration of contracts to specific companies in any kind of way unless they are debarred by, in the case of FHWA, the U.S. Attorney's Office, or they're debarred by the Department of Administration. All other contractors we do business with, we only care about their qualifications and doing the work that they're assigned.
And do you think that these companies that you're currently alleging failed repeatedly to detect problems with the Washington Bridge have the qualifications to inspect other bridges in the state of Rhode Island?
I think that I'm not going to cast judgment upon their capabilities. I know that various companies have different resources, and whether that company, depending upon who's assigned to what project at what time. But I have no opinion on, I don't hold any opinions on that. I let the selection process take place by people in the Department of Administration in conjunction with the project management staff. They select the most qualified. That has worked.
You have no opinions as to whether these companies that you are claiming failed abjectly ought to be continuing to inspect Rhode Island bridges?
If I have an opinion that could weigh or sway the judgment of other people in the selection of companies, that would probably not be a good thing. We do business with literally hundreds of contractors, $1 billion a year in construction activities that we do at DOT, hundreds of companies. I don't hold any opinions on any of them. Their prior experience is part of the selection process, but I let that process happen independently of me, and I don't exercise any influence over it.
So you rely on contractors to inspect the critical infrastructure assets of this state.
Yes.
You rely on contractors to assure you that their inspection of those assets is adequate.
Is correct.
And when, as you allege, they fail to meet that standard, you have no opinion as whether they ought to continue to do that work. Director.
Well, I can have opinions, but they don't weigh on the case. The fact of the matter is, in the case of these who we believe have failed, I believe our attorneys are taking action against them.
And in the meanwhile, they are blithely participating in ongoing inspections of state bridges.
They are, unless a company is debarred by the federal government, we're precluded from being able to, I can't personally debar someone because I don't like them.
Have you been out there agitating for how outrageous it is that contractors that failed the state so egregiously are being included in contractors?
I have different opinions of different things, but I advocate for conducting the work that we do at DOT in accordance with the law, doing it on time, to scope, and on budget. That's what I've been hired to do here.
You don't believe that your agency has any responsibility to backstop or understand the work that it is contracting for with these?
We absolutely have an understand to backstop and understand it.
Where, with respect to these 11 inspections, did RIDOT call out at the time, not in December of 23, when did RIDOT recognize the inadequacy of that inspection?
I think that in consultation with our attorneys, you'll have to speak to them about at what point in time that was determined.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand that question.
Well,
that
you
answer.
know that there's a lawsuit against these companies primarily because of their not meeting the contractual obligations, which the contractual obligations are what you described. So that lawsuit has to take its course, right?
My factual question is, anywhere in that 10-year sequence of inspections, did RIDOT as an agency detect that those inspections or any of those inspections were inadequate?
Your questions now are going into the legal matter between our attorneys and the courts and these companies.
Are you being advised not to answer the question?
So the advice that I've gotten from our attorneys is...
I do not want you to tell the committee what advice you've been given.
Is a matter between me and my attorneys, is what I was going to say.
And I am asking explicitly, are you being instructed on the grounds of privilege not to answer that question?
I'm not answering that question on the basis of the relationship that I have with our attorneys.
As a factual matter, you are not prepared to tell this committee whether at any point in that 10-year period the Rhode Island Department of Transportation recognized that any of those reports were deficient?
I can't say one way or the other.
You can't say one way or the other?
No.
You haven't conducted any kind of inquiry after the fact as to what went wrong here?
The inquiry, I think, 5 days after it happened, I asked for an inquiry. I asked my chief engineer to seek out a company. Eventually, they found WJE, the best in the country that we could find, and get them on board to answer 5 basic questions, which includes the ones that you did. And they answered them in this report.
I'm not talking about the consultant. We're going to talk about the consultant in a minute. It's abundantly clear that RIDOT loves consultants.
No.
I'm asking the agency itself, have you done any internal inquiry as to what went wrong here? Where is the reckoning at RIDOT?
First of all, the beginning of your question is in error. RIDOT doesn't love or not love any of the consultants that we do business with. We, frankly, have strictly business relationship with them. It's not a love-hate relationship. It is a business relationship. We have functions that we need them to provide because they have the expertise. We pay them handsomely for this. In the case of inspections, $200 million over the last 10 years. We expect them and we hold them to the standards of delivering on that basis. And if they don't, it results in a contract dispute for which we seek retribution. And that's what's happening here. It's that simple.
In your view, it is that simple. They failed their contractual duty, and you're going to sue them, and that's sufficient.
No. In addition to that, as I said, we have, just in the last year, when we found this fault, which was found as a result of a project that we enacted in order to correct deficiencies in a way that we were instructed or advised by one of our consultants. In the process of doing that, which was proactive to try and correct deficiencies on that bridge, we found these additional deficiencies. We now are, just within a year and a half, received $250 million worth of funding from the federal government, and even more than that from the federal government, with their oversight and in consultation with other experts that we hired to advise us on this, and we're getting a new bridge built.
So let's talk about the specifics of this WJE report that you've flagged repeatedly. I think you just said it right now, and when you appeared before this committee previously, you indicated that WJE's role was to look backwards and determine, quote, how those tension rods broke, why they broke, and what the probable causes of the breaks were. Do you still hold that view today, that that was the part of the point of your engagement of WJE?
I'll tell you what the point was.
I'm asking whether the language that you previously gave to this committee remains accurate today.
I don't say that language again, then.
Whether their mission was to determine when and how those tension rods broke, why they broke, and what the probable cause of those breaks were.
Among other things.
Okay.
I also asked for what events and conditions led to the failure of the rods, whether the agency's decision to close the bridge was responsible, whether the conditions leading to the failure could have or should have been foreseen by our department, whether the conditions discovered after the failure revealing serious deterioration of the post-tension cantilever beams should have been foreseen, And I asked what actions or policy recommendations may be recommended to prevent similar types of events from occurring in the future. The very questions
And I want to ask you about all of those,
The very questions that
Director.
this committee is asking and you're asking, I asked within 5 days of that PIN failure.
So let's
and
talk
I commissioned
about
this
those
report
conclusions.
to find those answers.
Let's talk about those conclusions. I think at the time you described WJE as one of the top experts in the country. I take it you still hold that view.
I do.
Okay. You're familiar, I take it, since we've both mentioned it several times, with the draft report that was prepared by WJE dated April 5th of 2024. The report entitled Forensic Evaluation and Procedural Audit Related to PT Tie-Down Rod Failures.
April 5th, 2024, yes.
Yep. Have you read that report?
I did.
When did you first receive it?
Not too long, in and around, I can't pinpoint the date, but in and around that time frame.
In and around April of 2024.
I believe so.
The report is marked draft. Have you received any other drafts of this report before this one?
There was a several-page version of a metallurgic report that I did see from in around the February time frame.
Okay, I want to talk about that metallurgical report as well, but
Okay.
with respect to the April report, the draft report, have you seen any other drafts of that report?
No, shortly after this point in time, the administration and the conduct of this and any further communication or any further oversight of the execution of this was turned over to our attorneys.
So you haven't seen any additional drafts since then?
I can't say I did or didn't. I think some have been circulated recently. This may be one of them. I'm not sure, but whatever. The next time I saw anything surface about this report is when the press showed it.
Are you aware of whether this report has been finalized since it's marked draft?
I'm not aware one way or the other.
Okay. I'm going to show you, just to make sure we're on the same page, Exhibit S. You mentioned a metallurgical report. Are you familiar with this report, a WJE report entitled Forensic Investigation of Failed Post-Tension Tie-Down Rods that's dated February 19th of 2024?
Yes, I believe I am.
Is this the metallurgical report that you just referenced?
Yes,
Okay. Have you read that report?
I did.
Do you remember?
Not in any great detail. I mean, it's pretty technical even for an engineer.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it in a minute. Do you recall when you first received it?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember when I.
Do you recall receiving any earlier drafts of that report?
No, to my knowledge, I only saw one.
This one's not marked draft. Are you aware of whether this is a final report?
I don't know one way or the other.
Okay.
It is what it is. If it's not mock draft, then it would be a final.
Did you or anyone at RIDOT communicate having received either of these reports to this committee at the time you first received them?
I don't remember.
Do you recall you or anyone at RIDOT communicating receiving these reports to anyone in the General Assembly?
I don't remember.
You don't remember one way or the other?
One way or the other.
Okay. Other than any communications that may have taken place through Counsel, did you or anyone else at RIDOT communicate with WJE about these reports, about the content of these reports, about any of the conclusions in these reports?
No, to the contrary. When I commissioned the reports, I asked my chief engineer to contract with them, to ask them those 5 questions that I read to you earlier, and then to completely allow them to take their investigation wherever it took them, and just to provide them with whatever information they needed.
So on that point, do you know if in the course of preparing these reports, WJE was given full access to RIDOT records?
That's what I requested be done. In other words, the engineer that I asked to commission the report, get the contract in place, the instruction to him was provide them whatever information that they needed in order to conduct their report and allow them tell them they were allowed to look in any place at anything to get the answers to this.
And do you have any reason to believe that they didn't avail themselves of that opportunity?
I have no reason to believe one way or the other.
Do you know if WJE interviewed any RIDOT personnel?
I don't.
Did they interview you?
I don't believe I was ever interviewed by them.
Okay.
In fact, I can't recall any interaction with them.
So let's talk about some of the specific conclusions that are in the report. And I'd like to ask you now about some of the things that WJE noted. If you could bring up Exhibit T.
If we could, if you don't mind, I think you hear my voice getting a little raspy at this point. If we could take a 5-minute break.
We'll do that. We'll take
Certainly, Director.
a recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
you can find Director Alviti in the hallway, please.
TV ready?
Welcome back, Director Alviti. We were afraid you left us.
Thank you. No, certainly wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. All right. Everyone settled? 1 second, the stenographer needs a minute, okay? Okay, the stenographer has indicated she's ready. Counsel Cunha, please resume.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, to continue, I'd like to focus on some of the specific findings and commentary in the WJE report.
Yes.
Specifically the April 2024 report. If you have, you have Exhibit T up. This is page 42 of the report. Would you agree with me that the WJE analysis specifically called out the continuing responsibility of the statewide program manager, the fact that that individual retains all responsibility for bridge inspection operations for which he or she was assigned?
Yes, but the WJE report, also in the paragraph prior to that, spells out the responsibilities of the companies that we hire to do these inspections. And it says it's their responsibility prior to their bridge inspection, the contract to the private company, that the team leader, who is an employee of the private company, is responsible for planning, preparing for the inspection, which includes reviewing the bridge structure file and evaluating any bridge site conditions, such as confined spaces, non-destructive evaluation, etc. While performing the field inspection, the team leader is also responsible for all judgments made concerning a bridge's condition, including recognizing and reporting any critical findings, and it goes on from there. So there is, as what WJE found, in accordance with the Bridge Inspection Manual and in keeping with FHWA guidelines, an acute responsibility by the companies we hire to do all of those things that I just described.
Thank you, Director, for saving me the bother from reading those paragraphs. I
You're
note
welcome.
that after noting those responsibilities on the part of the contract employees, the WJE report explicitly reiterates the ongoing responsibility of the statewide program director at RIDOT,
Absolutely.
and I think there's no question about that, is there?
No, there isn't.
Okay.
And I think that our program manager, particularly the one in recent years, has conducted himself or herself, my recollection is there may have been one woman, in a way that actually is proper and creates redundancies that put in place the necessary protections that they have to be.
So
the only
whoever
protection
he
they
or she
can't put in
is-
place is the accuracy of the information that they're receiving from these experts.
And you don't view that as any part of their responsibility?
It is the responsibility of the companies. We place that responsibility, and in accordance with what they say, we can delegate that responsibility to the private companies. And that's the model that DOT uses at the urging of the FHWA and in accordance with the state law that some of these legislators here today were here when that law was passed.
So you don't view either RIDOT's own bridge inspection manual or WJE's assessment of that manual as saying that ultimately the responsibility over bridge inspection cannot be delegated to the contractor?
I don't understand a word you just said. Could you repeat that, please?
I'm happy to, Director.
Okay.
You don't believe that RIDOT's own bridge inspection manual says that the ultimate responsibility for bridge inspections cannot be delegated. It always remains with the statewide program manager.
Well, in fact, that same manual says these, and I'll quote from that manual, these duties and responsibilities may then be delegated by
My
the
focus,
statewide
Director-
program manager to the consultants.
My question is about the language, the statewide program manager retains all responsibility.
Yes,
And in your view,
absolutely.
you don't believe that that responsibility includes assessing the adequacy of inspections?
It never has, no.
Never has,
No.
in your view. And you don't think it should?
Well, I can think it should or I can think it shouldn't.
Well, I'm asking you if you think it
doesn't-
should.
No, it doesn't play any role in any of this. The fact of the matter is, I'm compelled by state law to run the department in a certain way. And I am using the model prescribed by law to run the department,
So do you-
which is to assign these kinds of tasks to the best experts that we can find to do the task for us, rather than have that capability inside DOT.
Do you believe
and that's
state
the
law
model that we
prohibits you?
follow.
Do you believe state law prohibits you from having that capacity within DOT?
The state law prescribes the way we should conduct ourselves, and we are conducting ourselves in accordance with that program management model. It's that simple.
My question is...
What I believe and don't believe has nothing to do with what the law is requiring me to do.
I'm
and how to run
asking
the
what you
department.
believe the law requires. Are you telling this committee that you think that the law prevents RIDOT from having in-house capability of assessing the adequacy of contractor work?
It doesn't prevent, but it certainly puts in place a management structure that precludes us from having that. In fact, a project management structure, in the strictest term, is to take and perform oversight management of projects and to assign the execution of those projects to the experts. It is a private sector, has the most capabilities and knowledge set kind of mentality framework that we put in place, and it was enacted into law in 2015, and we have been following that law.
I think I understand your position, Director.
It's not, okay.
Let's talk about some of these specific findings. The WJE report concluded, I think it would be fair to say, that the tie-down rods should have been closely monitored. Do you disagree with that?
Say it again?
The WJE report concluded that the tie-down rods should have been closely monitored. Do you disagree with that?
That is one of several conclusions.
I'm not asking if it's all of their conclusions. I'm asking if that is one of their
That is one of them, yes.
And specifically, despite finding that they should have been closely monitored, the WJE report found that, quote, there appears to have been a general failure to recognize the significance of the tie-down rods.
Yes, that is one of their conclusions.
And they noted immediately after that, quote, in addition to RIDOT, 6 different nationally recognized engineering firms alternately performed one or more routine or special safety inspections of the bridge from 2001 to 2023.
Right.
None of the inspection reports seemed to consider the PT tie-down rods as being any different in nature than mild reinforcing steel in the adjacent concrete cantilever beam ends and the reinforced concrete diaphragms and wall corbels. Do I have that right?
You did. You read
Okay.
that perfectly.
So, thank you, Director. Why do you think that WJE felt the need to call out that in addition to the other contractors, RIDOT failed to appreciate the significance of these rods?
Well, because according to the list that you showed me previously, let's go back to that list of inspections that were conducted since 2001. I think of the 20 reports that are listed here, one in 2001 was conducted by RIDOT, a routine report.
So you read WJE's analysis as saying that perhaps RIDOT fell down on the job with respect to that one inspection that it conducted itself in 2001?
No, I think they said what they said. You'll have to ask them what they meant by it, but what I'm saying is the reference to RIDOT was in reference to inspections that were conducted, and RIDOT conducted one in 2001, and then 19 other inspections were conducted by 8 different companies.
That's your understanding, Director.
Well, that's the way I read it.
That's the way
you read it. I'm just saying the way you read it points to that fact, right?
So let me ask, one of the additional conclusions of the inspection report, if we could have Exhibit X, noted that, quote, although many photos were taken of the external tie-down rods during inspections.
Could you tell me where you are?
I'm on page 43.
43.
Many photos were taken of the external tie-down rods, though those appear without exception incidental to documentation of deteriorating conditions of the adjacent reinforced concrete or structural steel elements. Would you agree with that conclusion?
I can't find where on the page you are.
It's up on the screen in front of you, Director, if that'll help.
During routine. Okay, got it. Routine inspections.
You see that language?
I'm reading it now, if you give me a minute. Okay, I see it.
Do you have any reason to disagree with that finding by WJE?
No, we paid WJE to do this report. They are experts, so I have no reason to disbelieve what they said.
So what they're saying here is that these rods were photographed, but it appears that they were photographed incidentally to photographing other aspects of the bridge. In other words, whoever was taking pictures of them wasn't focused on the condition of the rods. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I don't think it's fair or unfair. It's what they said, so we'll take their assessment as...
You think it's what they said?
Yes.
Okay. And they also noted that the inspection photos from 2015 to 2023 that depict the tie-down rods show the degree of corrosion and section loss as clearly visible in most of those photos. Do you have any reason to believe that's not correct?
I'm not going to render an opinion on that. The report that they issued and the reference to those pictures that they made are their words. If you have questions about that, I would recommend you get WJE here and ask them those questions. I'm reading the same report as you and taking it for what it is.
And my question to you is, are you aware of any information that contradicts that?
I'm not aware of any other information regarding this.
Okay. So RIDOT received these reports, right? These inspection reports?
Yes.
Does anyone review them when they come in?
They're reviewed by the program manager and his staff to make sure that they comply with the terms of the contract.
Would anyone review the photographs in these reports?
Subsequently, we use these reports and the information in them then to pass to another set of experts that we hire as owners' representation to translate those reports into what we should do in terms of corrective measures on the asset, on that bridge that's in that report, and then they develop information that's forwarded to various other experts that design and then construct in accordance with those findings. So a lot of people have access to that information.
So specifically with respect to RIDOT would have received these inspection reports.
Right.
As we discussed, WJE found that in these inspection reports, you could clearly see the level of corrosion to these post-tension tie-down rods, correct?
I
think that's the language we just discussed. That's not my opinion. That's the language we just discussed.
Well, good. Then
you
that's
agree.
the opinion of WJE.
And I think we established at the beginning of this hearing that we all agree that the tie-down rods were critical to the structural integrity of the bridge.
Right.
Why didn't anyone at RIDOT, seeing the corrosion on these photos, recognize that more scrutiny was required?
I can't speak to what they thought of as individuals. As I said, I've got 700 employees, and I don't know what they're all thinking at any point in time. I do know from the facts that those inspection reports were then made available to other owners' representative engineering companies to take what's in those reports and convert them into basically the base technical concept of what work would need to be done in order to correct those problems, like corrosion and anything else that's reported, and then create an RFP that other companies, design-build companies, could take that information, both the report and the recommendations of our owner's representative, and propose to us how they intend on implementing corrections to correct those deficiencies. So there are a number of layers that happened as a review of that. It's just not dead-ended. It's not just that the inspection reports come in and they sit on someone's desk ad infinitum. That information is transferred from one expert to another to eventually turn into a project that corrects those deficiencies.
So my question is, in between the transfer of information from one contractor to another contractor to another contractor,
Yes.
each of which RIDOT pays, does anyone at RIDOT look at the report and say there's something in here that I think we ought to have somebody look at more closely?
No, well, that's the purpose of the project managers inside DOT, to act as the conduit of that information to other experts who do precisely that for us.
So you don't view there as any responsibility on the part of RIDOT to detect those issues?
I didn't say responsibility. I said DOT is not set up by law and by advice from the FHWA to possess people with those expertise. Rather, we're set up to hire progressively the people in the chain of assessment that turns those inspection reports into actual projects.
So you're saying that your agency is not set up to have internal capabilities that can recognize problems with critical aspects of your infrastructure on their own?
Hello. You got it.
And in light of that, you don't feel that any changes are necessary at RIDOT?
That methodology that I just described, not only employed at RIDOT, but throughout the United States from a project management standpoint, results in literally, in our case, hundreds of bridges being corrected that were sitting for decades, decaying. Putting this kind of a structure in place enabled us, in fact, to fix 351, that's
I'm not
that's
asking
35
about the
bridges a
351
year
other
that we have
bridges.
fixed.
We're asking about this particular bridge.
And in this particular bridge, I told you that structure and the people that we had executing the parts of that structure failed in their contract to us. In the other 351, they did not. They
How
executed
do we
it
know
flawlessly.
that if the only, I'm sorry, how do we know that if the only way that the failure in this case, after 10 years of deficient inspections, was detected because of some ongoing other work? How do we know that any of those other inspection regimes are adequate if RIDOT doesn't have the internal capacity to oversee them?
Because we employed the project review in a way that in those cases, those companies did what they were contracted for. They
sorry,
They
are you
provided us the expert. They provided us the expert opinion, and the redundancy that I keep talking about that we build into these by not just having one company do it, but double checking them with a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth on an annual basis has prevented this from happening in any other case except for this.
Is that the same redundancy as these 6 contractors?
But for the failure of the contractors in doing what they were contracted to do. That's what this is all about. That's why there's only 1 out of 1,000 bridges in our state that this has happened to, because the contractors did
That we
not
know of.
perform in accordance with what they contracted for.
So let's talk a little bit about how this came to be discovered and what that reflects on the WJE findings.
Okay.
Now, the WJE report notes, and I think there's no dispute about this, that no one observed any fractures in July of 2023 during that inspection.
Not only then, for the 10 inspections prior to that.
Now, but they also concluded, and I turn your attention to page 50, that the corrosion thickness suggests that those fractures had not occurred very close to the time of their discovery. Now, discovery in this instance, I think we're all in agreement, took place in December of 2023.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the WJE report, and if you could bring up Exhibit BB, found that the exact time of the fractures cannot be determined, but they were not observed during the July 2023 routine inspection. WJE's forensic evaluation noted that the thickness of corrosion product on the fractured surfaces suggests that the fractures had not occurred very close to the time of discovery. However, it is likely fracture occurred within the time frame that the link slabs were placed. Do you have any reason to dispute that conclusion?
I have no reason to think of it in any way other than the way it's written.
Okay. And we'll talk about the link slab closures shortly, but they define that immediately above by saying that those took place between September of 2022 and July of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you specifically about that timing conclusion in the April report, because that...
Well, excuse me. I need to correct you. It says that the link slabs took place between September 2022 and June 2023. But then they were observed.
Yes,
they were
you're
not
correct.
observed in the
June
July.
2023.
So
actually,
the
I'm
actual
sorry,
link
Director.
slab took place between September
I don't mean
20
to be pedantic, but I think I have to correct you. There are two sets of link spans that are referenced there. The first runs from September
Oh, I see it.
22.
There was one in between
Yep.
that went to July. You're right.
I think we're now on
Gotcha. We're
the
on
same
the same
page on link slabs.
Gotcha.
So I'd like to ask you, there is a difference, and I know you said you've reviewed both reports, between the timing finding in the April report from WJE and the February report. If we could bring up Exhibit CC. This is from WJE's February metallurgical report.
February what year?
February of 2024.
Okay.
This is the metallurgical report from WJE.
So this is after the fact of all of this.
This is after the fact,
Yep.
part of the WJE review that you commissioned
Gotcha.
forensically.
Gotcha.
And the WJE February report concluded that all three fracture faces, I assume that means the three samples they looked at, were heavily corroded. And they noted that based on rust layer thickness on the fracture faces, it is highly likely that the fractures occurred prior to the most recent bridge inspection 6 months ago,
Which was July. Is
which
that
was in
correct?
July. So
Okay.
in other words, the conclusion in the February report is that it's highly likely that those fractures occurred before the July inspection.
Okay.
So just so that we're all have a common terminology, if you could bring up Exhibit DD. I'm not an engineer, but I'm pretty sure that fracture faces means the two parts of a once whole object that are now split in half. So in this case, it would be the upper surface of the rod where it used to be connected, and then the lower surface where it fractured. Would you agree with that?
So say you. Yeah, I
Do
mean,
you
there are a lot of
disagree?
explanations for it, but I wouldn't restrict it to any particular area on the rod, but it could be anywhere. Yes.
So a fracture face could be anywhere? It's not, they're not describing the place where it cracked
No,
into?
no, the actual location of the fracture face.
Oh, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I'm not asking about the location of the fracture.
Oh, okay.
A fracture face is the point where the two
Two
once joined
broke, where
are
it
now broke.
Right.
And basically what this is saying is that those two fracture faces, those two ends, are too rusted for this to have been a recent break. Is that your understanding?
what the report
That's
says,
what the
yes.
report says. Now, the conclusion in the February report was that the likelihood, based on the extent of the corrosion, of the fractures having occurred within 6 months was highly unlikely. Is that
Okay.
accurate?
Well, that's what the report says.
That is what the report says.
Yeah.
So in other words, it was highly likely that they fractured more than 6 months ago and highly unlikely that
It
they
doesn't
fractured.
say highly, it just says it is likely fracture occurred within the time frame that the link slabs were in
Bring
place.
up that
That's all.
exhibit. If I could direct you to the
Oh,
highlighted
here,
language.
on this page it does. What page is that? Page 7? of the
That is
metallurgic
page 7,
report?
yes,
All right,
in the
let me go to
conclusion
that now.
section.
Hold on. Page 7 of the metallurgic report. Okey doke.
You disagree with that?
Well, let me see the context that I hate to take a particular sentence and put it out of context. So let me read the entire paragraph that it's in so I can have an understanding of what is being said about it.
You see that language?
Okay,
Rick?
yep. It says a lot of things in that paragraph about the causation, but
I'm
what
not
was your
asking about the
question?
causation. My question is, do you have any reason to disagree with the conclusion in that metallurgical report that it's highly unlikely that the fractures took place within 6 months?
I have no reason to believe or disbelieve. It's what they said,
What they
WJAE
said.
reported.
So if you could bring up Exhibit GG, that February report also concluded that the rods fractured most likely due to tensile overstress of remaining cross sections that had been, quote, progressively reduced by corrosion to areas roughly 52 and 43% of their original values. This
That's
is
in
page 3 of Appendix A to that report. It's up on the screen in front of you.
Appendix A.
You have any reason to disagree with that conclusion?
Discussions and conclusions. I'm sorry, I can't find it. Hold on just a sec. I'm not sure I even have that appendix in my copy.
It's up on the screen, Director,
Okay,
and I'm
let
just
me
asking
take
whether
let me
you
take
have
a read of what you got on the screen.
you have any reason to believe that their WJE conclusion that the rods had been corroded to roughly 52 and 43% of their original values is incorrect.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Well, yeah, except, I'm always leery around the terminology most likely. It doesn't say they word by that, but most likely. So that is a term that's used generally when you're really not sure, but most likely that's the case. And I accept that as part of this report because
You accept
for
that
whatever reason.
WJE, the top firm in the country that you retained
Right.
to do this, reached that conclusion.
Right, and
Okay.
well, they reached out a conclusion, a most likely conclusion, not
Well,
the.
let's
And I
delve
think
in on
that-
that most likely. If you could bring up Exhibit HH, because in addition to the words in the paragraph, there are also a number of diagrams and depictions that WJE put in their report, including these two from Appendix A, pages 6 and 7, and these depict the actual rod segments that they assessed.
Yes,
And you can see there, Director, on the left-hand side, the narrowing of the rod at the bottom before the
can.
fracture.
Yep.
And you can see on the right the measurements which reflect the loss of between, I'll represent based on their other conclusion, 42 and
yes,
52 and 43%.
yes.
So, in other words, these rods had corroded to lose almost half of their dimension.
Oh, yeah, they did.
And that corrosion would have taken place, as the report found, presumably over a considerable period of time. It's not like this happened overnight.
Yeah, I think one of the reports, I don't know which one, said over decades, actually.
I'm going to ask you about that. Did anyone at RIDOT ask anyone at WJE to make the conclusions in the April 5th report regarding timing less specific than the conclusions in the February report?
Say that again?
Was there any request by RIDOT to WJE to make their conclusions about the timing of rod fracture less specific in their April report than the February report?
No, to the contrary, the instructions that I gave was to allow them to do whatever investigation that they needed to do and come to whatever conclusions they came to and let the investigation lead wherever it led and let them do it. Just keep hands off. Don't communicate anything like that to them.
So on that point, and I believe you referenced a moment ago a period of decades, there's been some public reporting regarding back and forth commentary between WJE engineers indicating that, and I believe what was quoted in the media, was that inspection photos show corrosion of the exterior perimeter of these bars had been progressing for at least 15 years. Thus, it is impossible that such thickness of corrosion product could have accumulated on the fracture faces in 6 months. Are you familiar with any of that commentary?
Where is this commentary from?
I believe it was Mr. Hummel's report.
I have no idea what Mr. Hummel's report is. You'd have to call him before the committee to ask him where he got that information.
My question is, are you aware of any request from RIDOT to WJE that language like that be omitted? from
My
the report?
instructions to my engineers, and as far as I know, they carried them out to a T, was that we should let the investigation go to wherever it's going to go. Just ask those 5 questions and then leave it to them to figure out how and what the information they needed to get the answers.
So, Director, we've just talked a little bit about some of the WJE findings with respect to timing. In light of those, I'd like to ask you about some of the prior statements you've made regarding this issue.
Okay.
So, in December of 2023, at a press conference on December the 12th, you stated that as of July 2023, quote, there were no failures at the locations that the failures took place. And likewise, 2 days later, you stated that all of those pins were in proper working order. And elsewhere that same day that, quote, the anchor rods that are in question here were in adequate, serviceable shape. As we sit here today, do you believe that that was true?
Well, I think I'm not sure of the wording that you're using and where you got
It's your
that
wording,
wording,
sir.
But my recollection was that, according to what I know, it does not appear that these rods were broken. because the last inspection that we had didn't show them broken. And we rely on that information to be accurate, right? That's what we're talking about here. So the information that I had in front of me at that point was an inspection report from 6 months earlier that did not show a fracture in that rod, or as was the requirement in the contract with that contractor to report on it if there was. So it didn't show up in the report. So I usually proceed what I say to the best of my knowledge, and I'm pretty sure that I used that language in that quote.
So we now know
at that time. In fact, I reviewed the news footage from that comment, and I believe that's the way I worded it. To the best of my knowledge, this break happened between the last report and now, because the last report showed it to be good, which was the best information I had at that point.
Specifically, Director, I have to ask you, in light of the ground we've covered already today, I think we've established that July 23 inspection report did not speak definitively to the condition of the rods.
That's right.
In fact, part of the problem is that they were not assessed at that time.
No, the real problem was that by contract, they were required to know that and find that out, and they did not, which was fully their responsibility to have known that and reported to us anything of any critical nature. I think you read it from our own bridge manual that compels the experts that we hire to tell us of any critical findings, and they did not in that report. It's that simple. Contractually and by our bridge manual, they are compelled to know that and tell that to us. And we rely on that information, on that advice that we get from them to make our decisions. And they did not fulfill the obligations in their contract by telling us that it was broken at that time.
I understand your position, Director.
Nor did any previous inspector say anything about it being broken.
They didn't say anything one way or the other, as I believe.
Correct.
So let's
but that an error of omission is still an error. They were compelled, as part of their contract, and in accordance with our bridge manual,
I understand that,
to
Director.
tell us of any critical finding. They did not.
They did not.
That's correct.
So let's talk about the specific conclusions in the WJE report. If we could turn to pages 52 and 53. This is Exhibit JJ.
The WJE report?
The WJE April report, pages 52 to 53.
Okie doke.
The part that they summarize as conclusions. And there, WJE concluded that the fracture of the post-tension tie-down rods appears to have resulted from a combination of the following: severe reduction of local cross-sectional area due to advanced corrosion. I think we've already covered that.
Yes.
A lack of recognition by inspectors of the importance of the tie-down rods to the structural stability of the bridge. And I know you agree with that.
I think I've said that, yes.
And they also cited, in addition to those, quote, poor maintenance of the structure, example, leaking joints, corroding reinforcement, and cracked and spalled concrete over an extended period of decades as a contributing cause to the failure. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Would you agree that leaking joints can potentially increase the rate of corrosion?
I think they make reference to that in this report, or in another report that we've been reviewing, that leaking construction joints on the bridge may have been part of the contribution to the erosion, among other factors.
So who is responsible ultimately for the maintenance of the structure?
DOT.
Okay. And do you believe DOT fulfilled that responsibility over the past 10 years with respect to the Washington Bridge?
Well, considering that as we got information on the condition in the reports on the inspections, we have had no less than, we're now in our third contract to correct the deficiencies, just in a 10-year span, to correct the deficiencies on that bridge. I would say that we were being very proactive in pursuing corrections to the deficiencies that came up in those. The problem is, again, I'll restate it here again, is that not only in the reports, but subsequently as we handed those reports to the experts that advise us on what to do about those deficiencies and turn that into a contract, and then the contractors we hire and their design companies to review both of those previous reports and come up with their solution to the deficiencies. That triple redundancy happened 3 times in the last 10 years on the Washington Bridge. I would say that we were pursuing very proactively corrections to those deficiencies during the last 10 years.
Through your inspectors and your contractors and the contractors reviewing those contractors, as we've talked about.
The problem is that among those defendants in the case are some of the contractors and designers that were their partners, the engineering design companies, that came up with the actual solutions for those.
Well, let's talk about those. But before we do, I'd like to turn to Exhibit KK. This is from page 52 of the conclusions of the WJE report. And the question that they address is, should the conditions leading to the failure have been foreseen? And their conclusion was that many of the issues highlighted in this report show that program managers, bridge inspectors, and designers should have and could have been aware of the problems that were developing. Greater attention needed to be paid to the importance of the post-tensioning systems in overall structural performance and stability of the bridge. Now, program managers, that's RIDOT, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So WJE concluded that RIDOT failed to pay adequate attention to the deterioration of these PT tie-down rods.
No, they did not. That statement basically says that program managers were in the chain of being responsible for that. But another section of this report says that those same program managers can assign that responsibility to the private consultants we hire. And that is the model that we follow. Yes.
So you don't view this as an assignment of responsibility by WJE?
Can I finish my answer?
I really don't think we need to hear another answer about the delegation to the contractors.
Well,
talk about that.
That's a fact that we can't ignore in answering the questions you're asking, because that is a crucial factor in the way we operate and why we operate that way at DOT. That if we were to involve ourselves in any of those aspects, we would be relieving a considerable investment in these private experts that we make. We'd be relieving of their responsibility.
So let me ask you.
That would be wrong.
That would be wrong. So let's move 2 paragraphs down. What actions or policy recommendations are recommended to prevent similar types of events from occurring in the future? And the conclusion was, and I quote, the entity responsible for safety inspections within RIDOT should conduct a review of structures that could be considered complex to identify critical elements or details to include, and then they talk about specific characteristics of these aspects.
Yes.
Do you agree with that conclusion?
I absolutely agree
Does
with that.
RIDOT have the capability in-house to identify those critical aspects of these structures?
We hired a private company to look at our inventory and develop for us a list of those. We already put this in place according to the way that they recommended, and we hired a company to compile that list and to make those recommendations as to what the particular NSTMs and ADEs should be for those bridges.
So in response to the finding by WJE that, quote, the entity responsible for safety inspections within RIDOT should do these things, RIDOT hired yet another outside contractor to figure out what's being missed on other structures?
Yes, we fulfilled our obligation in doing that in accordance with the way we're structured, which is we don't have the expertise in-house to do that. We contract for that expertise because there are more knowledgeable people outside of DOT that can better advise us on these kinds of issues. Highly technical, highly expert kinds of issues. And we hire those people to do that for us, and we expect them to be accurate and complete when they do it for us.
And when they don't, you have no way in-house of assessing that one way or another?
We do. We have a redundancy built into most of our processes that doesn't just have one company look at it, but a sequence of several expert companies that look, relook, and triple check what those companies do. We pay a lot of money for that.
Like the look, relook, and triple check that occurred over the 10 years prior to the Washington Bridge.
Well, more than triple check. I think you showed the number yourself. There were 8 different companies. 8 different companies that looked at this particular structure.
I'd like to ask you about a couple of other statements that were made regarding the condition of these rods. Again, in December of 2023, I believe you stated in the course of a press conference that, quote, those pins were inspected on a regular basis. It's something that we did attend to. We knew that they were old. I presume that that was based on your reliance on the inspection reports that were available at the time.
Say that again, please.
Your statement to the press that those pins were inspected on a regular basis, it's something that we did attend to. We knew that they were old. That statement, as we now know, is not accurate, correct? The pins were not inspected.
In hindsight, with regard to the pins were not, we were being told they were, and the inspections were telling us over a period of years, one inspection after another was telling us they're intact.
The inspections that didn't mention the pins were telling you that the inspections concluded that the pins were intact. Do I have that correct?
No. By mere omission, they failed to tell us that they were.
And therefore you concluded that they were not.
Well, I'm not concluding one way or another. All that I'm telling you is what the reports were telling us. What the experts were telling us was that there were no issues with the components of this bridge except for the ones they mentioned to us, and we took those that they mentioned to us and had other experts look at them and turn them into projects to correct them.
Well,
pins were never advised to have been dealt with in any way by any of those companies.
So let's talk not just about the inspection reports, but the photographic evidence, because I believe you said in the days after the closure that both the contents of the July 2023 inspection report and the photographs of the rods in that report were, quote, very conclusive that the rods were in proper condition at that time and must have been damaged later. As we sit here today, can we agree that none of the photographs that were taken during those inspections definitively shows the state of those rods between July and December of 2023?
I'm not going to speculate one way or the other. The photos show what they show. Now, did any of those photos, I'll ask you, did any of those photos in any of those reports show that the rods were fractured? Or did they show the fracture in the rod?
The answer to that is no.
Correct.
The answer to that is no. And so my question, could you bring up those photographs? The answer to my question is, the answer to that question is no. And so what I'm asking is why, given that the answer is no and none of those photographs speak definitively to whether those rods were fractured or not, what the basis for your statement that it was very conclusive that the rods were in proper condition in July?
It's conclusive because we had a report in July that did not mention, nor did it show, that it was the job of that report, to the very intent of that report, the very intent of that inspection was to show and tell us of any defects in the bridge. I think a severed rod is a defect.
I think we would all agree on that.
That report did not mention it. Therefore, that's pretty definitive to me when you're given a report stamped by a professional engineer that says, I've looked at this bridge and there is nothing wrong with those pins. It didn't say that explicitly, but it certainly didn't say, oh, by the way, those pins are broken.
It didn't say anything about the pins.
They were contracted to say something about them if they were broken, and they did not.
They were not contracted to put out a side-by-side photo comparison that RIDOT did between photographs from the July inspection and the December inspection, stating, consistent with the quote I just attributed to you.
That's the information. That's the best information we had at the time, and it was provided to us by experts, and apparently they did not provide us, according to WJE, if that pin was severed prior to 6 months ago, then they were responsible to have showed us a photograph with that pin severed in the July report, and they did not. They showed a picture of it with no mention or showing any portion of it severed.
Who was responsible for showing the public images of the rod from July that do not definitively show its condition at the place where it was fractured, and saying that that was evidence that the rod was not fractured in July?
At that time, that's the evidence we had, right? Because we found out later from the WJE report that, in fact, it's likely, they say likely,
Highly likely,
that that pin was fractured prior to that report. So I ask you, why didn't it show up in that report?
So
if all the information we had at that time, take a snapshot of that day, right? The information we had was a report that we paid, I don't know how much for, a lot, right? It showed a picture of the pin, and it said nothing about it being fractured. In fact, the picture showed what looked like a pin that was not fractured. And then we have a picture that we took in February when we found that the pin was fractured. So what would the normal conclusion? The evidence that we had at that point in time was that it was not fractured at the time that we were provided a report with an engineer's stamp on it saying nothing wrong.
The engineer's stamp, though, didn't say, stand up in front of the public, show them a picture of the end of the rod that doesn't show the end of the rod.
No, we were showing the public the information we had at the time.
And stating not that you were unsure or that the report was silent on the issue or we don't know, but conclusively that that rod wasn't fractured in July, and now we know that's not true.
I think I prefaced all of my remarks, and I would be surprised if I didn't then, that to the best of our knowledge with the information we have right now, here's the July report, and here's what it looks like now. It wasn't reported to us that it was snapped then, and now we find it snapped. That's all that I said. And that was the best information we had. That was within 3, 4, 5 days of this happening. And that was the information that we had available to us, and we felt an obligation to tell the public what that is. It turns out that in fact, those two pictures were true. That picture was in the report that showed the bar intact, and that report did not. And that is what we're here for. The fact of the matter is that report did not report that that bar was fractured, and VN is saying that it was highly likely that it was.
Once again,
thus the lawsuit.
Just to clarify, the photograph on the left that RIDOT and you aired to the public does not show whether the rod is fractured or not. It doesn't show the bottom of the rod. You can't tell one way or the other.
The report
says nothing.
The report responsibility of the report is to primarily tell us if there are any critical kinds of aspects of that or faults in that structure that should be reported.
And if there
I would
aren't
say that if a rod was cracked when they did their inspection, they were compelled not only by contract, but by ethics to tell us at that point that it was. I mean, don't you agree that that was their responsibility at that point in time to tell us if in fact that bar was cracked, to tell us that that bar was cracked? We paid them to do that, and we rely on their expertise and their reporting so that we can serve the public with that, and they betrayed that, and they are being sued for it. They breached their contract with us.
I understand your position, Director.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, in December of 2024, we've already, I think, established that the WJE report is very clear that it is highly likely that these fractures occurred at least 6 months prior to the closure of the bridge. Mm-hmm. In December of 2024, it was reported on WPRI that they had contacted a company called Value Space, which uses satellite data to analyze infrastructure, and asked them to do an analysis of the Washington Bridge. And that analysis showed abnormal movement at Pier 7 of the bridge as early as July of 2022. As we sit here today, is it possible that one or more of those rods had fractured as early as June of 2022?
I think you should call the owners of that company that purported to have that information before this board and question them on that. I can't offer any opinion on some third-party, third-world spacecraft satellite photograph. I'm not going to comment on any of that.
I'm asking whether, in light of everything we've reviewed, including the WJE reports, that you even admit the possibility that
you
this
asked me
fracture
in the
could have occurred?
context of that information, and I have absolutely no opinion. I have opinions, but I have absolutely no comment on that kind of analysis. I would repeat, you should call that company before this committee and swear them under oath to make those accusations and compel them to show proof.
So you don't believe, do you accept at least the conclusion in the WJE report that this could have occurred as early as the placement of the link
I accept
slabs?
the WJE report for what it says. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You accept the conclusions of the WJE report that this fracture could have occurred as early as the period of time in which the link slabs were being placed in 2022?
I accept the WJE report for what it says.
If that is accurate, is it not the case that this bridge, given the discussion that we've had about the critical nature of the tie-down rods, was in a critically unsafe condition for at least 6 months and possibly more than a year prior to its closure?
That is an assumption, and I'm not going to speculate on an assumption. All I know is what the report says, and the report says what it says.
The report says what it says. We're in agreement that the fracture of the tie-down rods was critical, as I think we talked about at the beginning of this proceeding. And you don't believe that if those rods fractured a year or 6 months prior to the closure of the bridge, that the bridge was in a critically unsafe condition during that period?
It could have been. There were other reports, including the VN, that said that under regular conditions, it might have been safe, but under critical loading conditions, it could have been unsafe. There's no telling what. I'm not going to speculate on one way or another on that. I don't speculate. I just go on the basis of what I know. And what I know is this. 6 months earlier, we got a report on an inspection. A year earlier than that, we got a report on an inspection. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, up to 10 years worth of reports. We got inspection reports saying that those pins were intact, that the bridge had deficiencies, but there was no mention of those pins being fractured in any of those reports, and it was their responsibility to tell us if it was. That's all that I can tell you. Those are the facts. Whether or not they were, whether or not they weren't, whether there was a highly likely that they were for 6 months prior to that, I'm not going to speculate. I know that we did. We found it. The minute that we became aware of it, we immediately went into action to begin the process of closing the bridge down. And within 2 days after that, we closed the bridge, which was, frankly, the most difficult decision that I've had to make in my career. But it was, in one sense, the most difficult, but it was the easiest. Because the health and safety of the people that were going over it, once we knew, we acted upon it.
Do you think, Director?
And I think the VN reports that we acted appropriately on it.
Do you think, I don't think anyone disputes that a bridge in critically unsafe condition ought to be closed.
Right.
Do you think that had the condition of those tie-down rods been accurately tracked and monitored over the 10 years of inspections that we looked at, that steps could have been taken to repair those rods or remediate the condition short of closing the bridge?
I can't say that one way or another. Had the pins been found to be broken 10 years earlier and the condition of all of the rest that we found in the VN report this past year been found 10 years ago, we would have acted upon it 10 years ago. We have. We have in the case of 350 other bridges, some of them with more traffic and more strategic importance. Not that I'm downplaying this. Please don't take these words for downplaying it. But there were literally hundreds of other bridges like this in the same condition. And we acted on the information that we had. When we had information that said we either had to close or fix or demolish and reconstruct, we've done that. We've done that in the case of 351 bridges. In this case, we were not told that. We were not told that it needed to be broken down, reconstructed. We were told that it could be rehabilitated. And we started that process with a contract back in 2015 and another contract in 2021.
So, Director,
and now, finally, that we know what we know, we're rebuilding the whole thing because we can't count on any portion of that bridge, or we couldn't count on any portion of that bridge being safe enough and without risk, or without putting people at risk to try and fix it.
So, Director, I want to be respectful of the committee's time and yours. I want to focus on, you just mentioned one of those renovations that was undertaken in 2015, 2016. So we've talked a lot about inspections. This was a contract for actual renovations and repairs on the bridge, right?
That's correct.
And as part of that design, AECOM, one of the companies that we've talked about in the context of the inspections, was asked to propose, I believe it was called a final technical evaluation report.
Yes.
Okay. And as part of that proposal, the WJE report recommended eliminating 65% or 23 of the existing deck joints in the bridge. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't have a recollection, but I saw it in the WJE report.
Well, the WJE report specifically calls that out and notes that had that plan been effectuated, quote, and I'm looking at, if you could bring up Exhibit SS, this is page 31 of the WJE report, these closures would result in a concentration of thermal movement over segments west of Pier 6. I'm going to skip the number of feet involved. As a result, based on the values reported by AECOM in its report, movement at span 7, Pier 6 cantilever was predicted to increase from 1.588 to 3.2626, a factor of 2, and movement of span 7, Pier 7 was predicted to increase from 0.482 to 2.808, a factor of 5.8. In other words, the conclusion that WJE reached was that implementing this joint closure proposal would have put more stress on the tie-down rods at that location. Do you understand their conclusions the same way?
Well, you didn't finish the paragraph, because it goes on to the next page to say, it is not clear
that the report from AECOM.
Well, let me finish reading.
I don't need you to read, Director.
Well, you can see that they're modifying language there. Now,
your point is that AECOM didn't consider this, right?
They're saying that AECOM didn't consider it. I don't know whether they did or they didn't, but they're finding
WJE's
the WJE
finding was that
yes,
AECOM
absolutely.
didn't.
They
Did RIDOT approve the design that AECOM proposed for that renovation?
We took the advice of AECOM and handed that report to a owner's representative, another set of engineers, to turn that into a project. And then that went to several companies and their engineering companies to determine how they would propose making those repairs. And that transitioned into something totally different than what was in the original 2016 contract plans.
Which
Remember,
RIDOT approved.
The 2016 contract plans, when I got there at DOT 10 years ago, plans were on my desk. I knew that, I immediately knew after an emergency bridge inspection program that I put in place, I knew that that was one of the bridges that needed to be fixed. And lo and behold, on my desk were a set of plans already drawn up to do that, the 2016 contract, right? This was a set of plans that was designed before I got there, that as a result of inspections and owner's representation and then consultants designing a correction to correct the deficiencies on that bridge by rehabilitating it, those plans were on my desk. Said, let's get that out to bid. We did. It went out to bid, and they started working immediately on that.
So once again, RIDOT relies on contractors to do the planning.
Of course.
Contractors to assess the adequacy of the plans, and contractors to implement the plan.
Of course we did.
Is
That-
RIDOT
that's what we've
helpless
been-
to do
that's what we've
anything
been talking
other than
about.
sign contracts and pay out money? You have no ability to assess the adequacy of this work?
We make sure that it's done on time, on budget, and to scope. And the scope is determined by experts that we hire outside of DOT that provide a much higher level of expertise than we have at DOT, because we are structured to be a project management organization that takes the knowledge set that's provided by eminent experts in the industry rather than government employees in the government. Eminent industries, we pay them to give us the best information possible to make our infrastructure the best we possibly can. That's the model. I keep saying it over and over again. I don't know how many words I can re-describe it to you in, but that's the way we work. And we work that way because the FHWA counseled us to move into that, and roadworks legislation encoded it into law.
And
So that's the
given
way we
this
work.
failure repeatedly, again and again, over a decade, are you satisfied with the way that that is
Failure.
working at your agency?
I would say that there is one failure in over 350 bridges that we have fixed using that methodology, that had we not employed that methodology, we would have closed I don't know how many untold other bridges that would have been able to be fixed unless we had this project delivery, project management system in place at DOT to be able to deliver these projects. Look around the state. There's another 50 or 60 projects out there that are fixing additional bridges. None of this would have happened unless we had the project management structure inside DOT. Now, in this particular case, the companies we hired to perform that work for us did not. That's what this is about. In all of the other 351, they did, and we prevented untold other disruption throughout the state by employing that methodology and getting them 35 bridges a year built, over $7 billion worth of improvements.
If those contractors did their work to the level of the contractors that failed repeatedly over 10 years, I suppose we all ought to just hope for the best.
No, you don't hope for the best. We continue to employ best practices to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And there are only 2 recommendations out of this entire report. There are only 2 recommendations that WJ came up with for DOT to implement, and we already have.
By outsourcing one of them.
By outsourcing most
them?
of them, yes.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to pause momentarily.
We'll take a recess for 5 minutes, and we'll try and make that 5 minutes so that we can be back here. Thank you.
Okay, folks, would you take your seat again, please? Counsel Cunha is about to wrap up, and he will let everyone know how the rest of this hearing will proceed. Could everyone take a seat so we can begin? Counsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Alviti, I appreciate your patience this afternoon. Out of respect for your time and the time of all of the members of the committee, I'm going to conclude my questioning for the present. My understanding is that the members of the committee will now have the opportunity to ask you some additional questions,
Okay.
Followed by any statement you want to give. I will, with that, hand this back to the co-chairs.
We are going to allow about a half hour for questions, and then we'll break again. So if you don't get called on during this half hour, you will be recognized later in the hearing. I think everyone needs a good break in a half an hour. So Chair McKinney and I decided that we would begin with our East Bay representatives and senators and give them a little more leeway in terms of asking questions. So we'll do one rep, one senator, one rep, one senator. So since I have the mic, I'll begin. So to my left, I have Representative Speakman, certainly from the East Bay. So while we'd like to limit everyone to one question and then maybe a second go around, we're going to give her, all the East Bay representatives and senators, a little more leeway at that. We're not going to count. So Representative Speakman.
Madam Chair, before
Yeah.
we do, though, I want to remind everyone once again, to the extent that anything has been covered by Attorney Cunha's extensive questioning, please keep that in mind, because obviously we have a lot of us, and if there's no need, again, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Director Alviti. And I want to thank the media, too, for paying such close attention to this and bringing lots of questions to us today and to our constituents as well, who have also shared their thoughts many times over the past couple of years about this. The questions that I get most from my constituents in Bristol and Warren are, what about the safety of the other bridges? And Attorney Cunha has covered that a fair bit. So I wonder, though, if you can help us understand the safety of the eastbound span, if that's beyond the scope of our agenda today, but I think it does speak to the inspection regime. And again, these are our tax dollars that are paying for this bridge. You work for the people of the state of Rhode Island. We work for the people of the state of Rhode Island. These are our bridges, our tax dollars. So the accountability piece is the most important piece for me, certainly, to let them know that our bridges are in good hands. There's an inspection regimen that will keep them safe when they go across that bridge and every other bridge. I must say that much of what we've heard today does not instill confidence in the inspection regime because of the failures of this particular span. And your frequent references to the many, many, many dollars spent on this, I would like assurances that these are well spent. So if you could speak to the safety of the eastbound span, that would be helpful to the constituents in the East Bay who use that bridge back and forth every day. Thank you, Director.
Sure, I can. I'd be happy to. That's a great question. Of course, I think you know, in dealing with us, particularly during the last year, that safety is really at the forefront of everything that we're doing. Everything that happened here is with an effort to provide the highest level of safety to any of the bridges across the state. With regard to the eastbound bridge, the one that we're using for all of the traffic now, we had several redundant studies done of that bridge. First, to determine that by putting 6 lanes of traffic, 3 in one direction, 3 in the other, to make sure that the bridge itself was designed in a way and was in a current state of repair that would sustain the additional loads that would put on it by putting all of the traffic on it. We had 2 separate engineering companies do 2 separate structural analysis independently of one another, and they both matched almost perfectly. Both companies, highly regarded. I believe neither, or at least one of which, was never part of any of these other kinds of things that are going on with the westbound side. Did their analysis, and they determined that that was a safe approach. So that was the first step, to make sure that we're okay doing that, because of course that move to 6 lanes prevented people from having to go miles and miles out of the way. But we wanted to make sure that it was safe, so we got 2 separate companies to do that. In addition, we increased the inspection cycle to, instead of once a year on that bridge, to every 6 months. So every 6 months we have a different inspection company go in and do an inspection of that. And we've had several of those. And every one of those, so the initial structural assessment came back that says it was perfectly safe to use for 6 lanes of traffic, 3 in each direction. And the inspection reports since then have said that there has been no substantial changes. They note some minor changes in conditions of various parts of it. We then had those companies that we had do the initial structural analysis. At each time, every 6 months we get one of those inspection reports, we have them take another look at the inspection report to determine whether or not any changes in the inspection reports reflects anything that would have them change their original structural analysis that the bridge was safe and adequate to take 6 lanes of traffic. And so far, at each one of those 6-month steps, they've looked at the inspection reports and have certified back to us that the bridge is still safe for use for the 6 lanes.
But to follow the line of questioning that Attorney Cunha presented,
Yeah.
There's no one at the Department of Transportation with the expertise to review these reports and assure the users of the bridge. There's no one inside the agency that is.
That's not the job of anyone in the agency. We hire these companies to provide that expertise
I
to us.
understand. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of accountability, though, it's important to me and to my constituents that someone who is accountable to us in state government be responsible for ensuring that the bridge is safe.
So the way that we do that is to make sure that we employ the best of companies to provide us with the best of information that have a much higher level of expertise than anyone in government.
Yeah, and I understand. I've heard you say that a bunch of times this afternoon. But given that we've been spending hours talking about a bridge failure, it's probably going to be a hard case to make back home in the district. But thank you, Director.
No, I understand. But
Thank you.
But then we've gone even beyond that. Okay, and we've implemented on that very same bridge to further assure that it's okay for your constituents, to give them some peace of mind that using it on a daily basis is safe. We implemented 2 highly modern and technical monitoring systems.
Yes, and I've studied those data, and if questions get back to me, I have some questions about those data too. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay,
Thank
but
you, Rep.
those
Stateman.
were put in place to further protect
Senate President.
the people that travel over it.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, for joining us here today, and thank you, Attorneys Cunha, as well. So to follow up on Representative Speakman's comment around the failure, so it's clear that we have had a failure here and something we need to prevent in the future here in Rhode Island. So I guess on that same vein, what changes, if any, is DOT looking in that in regards of implementing in the procurement of inspectors, because we need to ensure as we move forward that we're never in this situation again.
Yeah. So there are several things that have happened that I believe preclude this from ever happening again. The first is the most obvious one. The most obvious one was this was a one-of-a-kind bridge. It's the only one in our entire inventory, in fact, one of only a few across the nation that were built this way. And it's out of our inventory, and we have no other bridges like that in our inventory. We have some complex bridges, but none that have the attributes or the design of this particular one. So that in and of itself precludes that from happening on another bridge if we had another one like it, right? We don't. Then the materials that were used in that bridge were of a different time and a different standard. We have new materials and new methods and new construction technology that is employed in the construction of new bridges that make them easier to maintain, easier to inspect, and provide a longevity and durability. The new standards that we've set, we set those during the last 10 years, have resulted in any of the new bridges, these 350 bridges that I talk about, are being built to new standards that will not have those kinds of attributes that were high risk that existed in the Washington Bridge. We've also taken two recommendations out of that entire report. WJE came up with two recommendations after looking back and analyzing for DOT. They had two recommendations. One was to develop a complex bridge inventory and to assign to it certain kind of criteria that would use specific to those complex bridges for our inspection program. And we've done that. That's already in place. In fact, we actually had started on that prior to this event on the Washington Bridge actually happening. We worked with the Federal Highway Administration. They had recommended that we move into that. We had already started that work. It's completed. It's in place. So any of the other bridges that we have that are of a higher complexity have different inspection routines and requirements now. And they suggested that in our maintenance division, we put in place a monitoring system and response system that will react to deficiencies that come out of these inspection reports quicker and better. And we've done that. With your help during the last few years, we've increased and created a specific bridge maintenance group that is tasked specifically with the operation and maintenance of these bridges. And we have given them a considerable amount of modern equipment to be able to carry out those functions efficiently. And that's in place. So that, in addition to, when we look at the rebuild of the new Washington Bridge, the criteria that we use includes features in this new Washington Bridge that we'll be getting, design features that will make it easy to inspect so that there won't be these kinds of nooks and crannies that inspectors can't get to, as with the old Washington Bridge. It will be easy to maintain. The bridge joints and other kinds of functions are going to be designed in a way to reduce the amount of maintenance and issues with water intrusion and corrosion that happened on the old Washington Bridge the way it was designed. And we've asked them to use construction methods and materials that will be durable so that this bridge will, under specification, last 100 years. And on top of that, we got the best company in the country, Walsh Construction out of Chicago. That's rated by the Civil Engineering Organization, National Civil Engineering Organization, as the best bridge builder in the country to do that work. So there are a number of things that we've put in place, both with our other bridge inventory, but more specifically with regard to the eastbound bridge that your constituents are using, and the construction of the new bridge that will preclude this from ever happening again.
Director, I just want to make clear, we've encouraged all of the members to please be as succinct as they possibly can with their questioning.
Yes.
I would ask you to do the same with your answers.
I absolutely will.
Thank you. Rep. Boylan.
Thank you. It's been very frustrating for me to hear over and over and over again that everything that RIDOT does is outsourced. Mm-hmm. It's an accountability thing. To hear it over and over again, you know, where does the buck stop? it can't always stop with consultants. I'm concerned about many things in this report, specifically the year after year rating of a 4, which equates to poor condition of the bridge superstructure year after year after year. Maintenance recommendations that were not implemented, and failure of the rehab project that's mentioned in this report to be implemented correctly, which expanded the exposure of greater deterioration of these critical pieces of this bridge. So how can I have confidence that future maintenance activities are going to be appropriate and are going to keep the people that live in my district and in the East Bay safe as we cross every bridge? I mean, we're in Rhode Island. There's bridges everywhere. I need more assurances that RIDOT will be accountable for the work that's done under their watch.
Okay. Let me take them in reverse order. Whether or not we're accountable. During the last 10 years, we have probably become the most accountable department in the state of Rhode Island government from the standpoint of, again, as legislated, I don't know if you were here, but some of the members here were here when it was legislated, that in part of the roadworks legislation were accountability components that require us to report out on every single project that we're doing on a quarterly basis, whether it's on time, on budget, and where it is if there are any issues with it. And we have done that religiously for the last 9 years since that legislation was enacted. And we've made ourselves accountable on every one of those projects to the extent that in the last 2 years, we've had 100% on time, on budget, and to scope projects in DOT. So it's working. The next to the last question you asked was with regard to the findings of the WJE report. I think you referenced it as being that DOT failed to implement a construction project, the 1996 project. Well, the fact of the matter is, if you go on to read the WJE report, it's a good thing we did stop that project, because they go on to say that had we let that project continue, the way they were linking the slabs could have precipitated a further destruction of those tie-down rods. And we didn't. We stopped that. So there should be some assurance there that our project management staff at least is monitoring these projects in a way to prevent those kinds of situations from taking place that would endanger people. In fact, in every case, in every other bridge that we've done throughout the state, the reliance on private sector is a best practice model. It's not worse. What got us into this situation was not us using private companies, but prior to 10 years ago, a very heavy reliance on government employees to make decisions. And that resulted, when I got here, in us accumulating nearly 30% of our bridges in a state of structural deficiency with no plan to correct it, no money to do it, and no delivery system inside DOT that could assure it would ever get done. We turned that all around, and we've taken ourselves from that 30% to, by the end of this next year, 10% or less of our bridges, and with the management structure in place to correct that last 10%. So the delivery system that we put in place using private sector expertise is a best practice. It's the one we should be using. If we revert ourselves back to government employees doing highly technical, performing highly technical projects, we could very easily go back into that same state of disrepair and go from the 10% that we're now at back up to 30% of our bridges structurally deficient.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Senator Zurier.
I'd like to, with the chair's permission, I'd like to mark an exhibit for the record. I'd like to mark an exhibit for the record with the chair's permission.
Absolutely.
Director, we appreciate your testimony. At the first hearing you had with us on February 12th.
Excuse me, could you give me a moment? You just handed me a document,
sure.
and I've never seen it before.
Okay.
Could I have an opportunity to review it and
Sure,
look at it?
I'll tell you what it is. Exhibit AAA is what we're calling it.
You can tell me, but I need a moment to actually read it myself and understand what I'm looking at before I can answer any questions on it.
We could wait till after the break if you want. If that's the best use of the committee's time. It's 6 pages. Yeah.
We're looking to taking the break at about 1:15. So why don't we have another East Bay member question Mr. Alviti, and then we can come back to this. You'll be able to review it over the break.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That works for me.
You don't have another East Bay senator here? Doing Oyer. Yeah.
Senator Oyer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and Chairwoman. Good to see you, Director. So you've said multiple times that the role of DOT is to determine on time, on budget, on scope. Do I have that correct?
Yes. There are a lot of other things, but that's our
Understood.
prime directive.
Understood. How is on scope determined and assessed within the department if the quality control and engineering assessments are deferred to consultants and this redundancy strategy? I fail to understand that.
Okay, that's a great question. Under the project management structure, we define, first of all, the condition of our assets through these inspections. We hire expert companies to do that for us because, frankly, they're smarter than us and have more resources and better resources to be able to make that assessment for us. So they do a better job of that. They didn't in this case, but they generally do. Then that information is transferred to a owner's representative who develops, in part, that scope of work that you just asked about, that determines what work needs to be done on a project in order to make corrections that the inspection report tells them need to be made. Then, particularly on large projects like this one, we put out a request for proposal from design-build companies. And design-build is different than having one company design it, then subsequently have another company build it. Design-build is when both a design engineering company and a contractor get together, because that team makes a much better way of them assessing, if they're looking at it together, how it should be built, what it's going to cost, what the actual scope of the project is going to be, the work that they're going to do to attain a result that you need. So it may be make this last another 25 years from the owner's rep, or it may be reconstruct the whole bridge from the owner's recommended by the owner's rep. They then put together a plan that says this is how long it's going to take, how much it's going to cost, and these are the technical components of it that we're going to put in place to deliver you the final product. Our project management folks are then paired with construction engineers who oversee the construction of the project to make sure those plans and specifications that were developed by now 3 sets of engineering companies played a part in the development of that. They make sure that it gets put in the ground for the price and at the time in complete conformance with the plans and spec that we signed a contract to do. So those protections are in place as part of the project management process.
And so that last engineer that you mentioned is a DOT employee?
They're project managers that are primarily,
Yep.
and the manager, the project managers have construction engineers. Those are people who are on the site that understand that what is on the plan is what's going into ground.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Carson?
Thank you very much, chairs. Good evening to you, Director. So I have a sort of a set of questions that are linked, right? So does the DOT submit monthly reports on the status of the replacement of the bridge, as far as you know?
Status report on the what?
Replacement of the bridge?
I know that we include them in our required quarterly reports, but I think there is a more frequent reporting that we do on the status of the construction.
Okay. So the audit report was released in April of 2024. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so
well, it wasn't released. It was provided. It was provided to us, and in turn,
correct.
our
That's
attorneys
correct.
at that time.
It was completed, I would argue.
Yes,
At least
yes.
at that. Okay.
Yes.
So I understand that every month DOT has been providing an update to the legislature. I think it looks like this. This is one of them.
Yes.
And in every monthly report, as I understand it from the staff, it said that the audit report was ongoing. So we have a report that we're told was completed in 2024, but yet we have monthly reports that say the audit report is ongoing and still being worked on.
Yes.
So that's a little bit confusing.
Okay.
Do you have any information on how to reconcile those two pieces of information?
That is something you're going to have to discuss with the Attorney General and the attorneys working on the case. I can tell you that, what I said before, I commission the reports by only issuing an order to get a company to do that report and answer 5 important questions that we needed to know the answers of. That report, while it was still in draft form and being completed, the responsibility for oversight and conduct of that report was turned over to our attorneys and the Attorney General. And they have been responsible for anything that happened to it from that point forward. And that's all that I can say about that.
Okay.
Anything else? No. Okay, I think we've exhausted our East Bay senators. I don't want to skip anyone. You're not East Bay. You're Cranston, yeah. I still have Representative Vigello from the city of Providence, the east side.
Well, I think of myself as representing kind of the middle of the state, and not East Bay or West Bay. But anyhow, the bridge does empty right into part of my district, so the district has felt the pain, definitely. I'm still really puzzled by the lack of apparent oversight by Department of Transportation, or the lack of it seems like the Department of Administration or Department of Transportation is not really in charge. It's doling out responsibility to contractors to design, to build, to inspect, and then to inspect again. And the project managers, are the project managers DOT employees? Or
Yes.
They are?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the oversight that I think you were concerned with. I assure you that oversight is in place and it's working. If you look at our quarterly reports that we publish and send to the legislature in accordance with the roadworks legislation, we've gone from, in 2015, about 50% of our projects on time, on budget, to, during the last 2 years, 100% of our projects, and we're doing more projects than ever before, 100% of our projects on time, on budget. It's because of that project management oversight that we have that we've been able to attain that high level of oversight and success in our projects.
Director Alviti, I have to confess, I'm somewhat suspicious. And I wonder, when you say on time and on budget and on scope, are there rewards for finishing a job on time, on budget, and on scope, or are there punishments for not meeting those?
Well, I have to ask you, to whom are you referring, getting the punishment or rewards?
The contractor.
The contractors, depending upon the contract, there are certainly penalties in every contract that if they do not perform, there's performance contract provisions that issue monetary penalties for being over time, over scope, or out of budget. With regard to some of the contracts that we offer, while we offer those disincentives for them not completing it on time, if there is a project where there is a benefit accrued by the taxpayers of the state to have it done sooner than the contract date, in some of our contracts, again with the blessing and oversight of the Federal Highway Administration, who pays for it, we include incentives to get it done before time. But that is paid for and sanctioned and actually recommended in some cases by the Federal Highway Administration that pays for 80% of what we do. So there are some contracts where there are incentives for early completion, yes.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Rep. It's almost 5:45, so we'll take a break. The break will be for 20 minutes. We'll try and hold it to 20 minutes so that we're back here and we can move toward the finish line.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
right, we're going to call back to order. And I would ask everyone to please take their seats. And at this time, I would call on Senator Zurier. Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. My questions are going to focus on a 7-week window of time. The window opens on February 12th, 2024. That's when you testified before this committee for the first time. The window closes on April 5th, 2024, which is when you said that was just before you learned that the Attorney General was taking over the case and that there was going to be a lawsuit. Okay, are you with me so far?
No. I said that was around the time. I don't know the time when the Attorney General
well,
took it
didn't
over.
you testify earlier this evening?
Yeah, I testified that it was around that time frame. I don't know what the date was.
Okay. So at the hearing, I'd like to read to you your answers to 3 questions. This is from the transcript of members of this committee. The first one appears at pages 141 to 42. It's Representative Nardone. All right.
I'm sorry. What document are we referring to, and on what page are we looking?
The transcript of the hearing that this committee held on February 12th, 2024.
Hold on just a minute. Let me get that in front of me. That would be in this, right? Transcript. And what page did you say it was on?
Page 142, or sorry, page 141, line 25.
141. I don't think I have a page 141, do you? Oh, the prior tab. Okay. 141, huh? Got it. Page 141.
Yeah.
Okay.
Line 25. Representative Nardone says, all right, I mean, myself, like Senator Rogers said, I'm looking at some of these photos, and it really looks to me like that is not something that just happened. And your answer was, separate from these inspecting companies, we've hired a forensic engineering company now who are experts in looking at. They've looked at most of the major structural bridge failures. They, to my knowledge, have never been a contractor or a consultant to our DOT. And then just skipping down a little bit, so we hired them to take an independent look at how those pins broke, when they broke, and what are some of those explanations for that could have caused them to break that way, and also make recommendations on how, looking forward, we can assure ourselves that this kind of stuff doesn't happen. So they are going to be answering a lot of those questions that you're asking, and we'll be reporting all of that information back to this panel and to everyone in the state. Did I read that correctly?
Where is it? Over here? Hold on just a minute. Give me a chance to read that.
Sure.
Is that page 142?
Page 141, line 25 through page 142, line 23.
Line 23. Okay, I've read
Okay.
it.
Then on page 160,
Oh, okay, we're switching.
a question from Representative Quattrochi. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to read his question, but it had to do with the department's peer rotation practice of using different inspectors over time to inspect the same work. And your answer, then what Representative Quattrochi said was, this is a fair warning here. Is this what happened?
Where
see
did
that?
you say?
That's-
Hold on.
That's on line 6 and 7 of page 161.
161 now we're on, line
Yeah,
6
yeah,
and 7.
I'm trying to save time by not reading every line.
All right.
And then you said, say it again. And the Representative Quattrochi said, multiple failures then of, they all failed, referring to the inspections. And your answer was, well, we don't know, and part of the work that we're having done right now is for a forensic engineering company to determine when those pins actually broke, okay? That will tell us how far back the inspection reports were either correct or incorrect, and when we have that, we'll be reporting out, and I assure you we'll be looking at all of the responsibility issues that go along with that. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one of these is on page 194. It was a question from Chair McKinney. I'm starting on line 2. Okay, and obviously, if the tie-down rods weren't inspected in July of 2023, it's not possible to know when that deterioration or that shearing took place between July and December. And you said, I think, again, the forensic engineering study that we're having done actually took samples of these rods and are subjecting them to testing that will tell us when they broke. Then Chair McKinney said, and you responded, and we'll be reporting on that. Okay? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on February 19, you received the metallurgical report from WJE that answered all those questions, correct?
I don't know when I received it. That's the date of the report, but I have no idea when I received it.
Do you recall testifying earlier tonight that you received it in February? Under oath, you testified that.
Okay. If that's what I said it.
Okay. So let's say then it may have been as late as the end of February.
I don't know. Okay. So.
Okay. So you had in your hands a report that could answer questions that had been posed by this committee. Did you share that report with the committee?
Well, you're saying that the committee met on the 12th of February?
Right.
And you're saying the report is dated the 19th of February?
Right.
Well,
And my
just by
question-
those two dates, the report is dated after the joint committee hearing,
Okay.
right?
I'll
I mean,
clarify,
is it or isn't it?
I'll clarify the question.
No,
At
I'm
any point-
asking you,
Yes,
do I
it is-
understand
it is
this
a week
correctly?
After. It is a week after. At any point in time, between the end of February and the end of October 2025, did you ever share that report with this committee?
The end of October?
The end of February 2024, when you had that report, and the 20 months that followed, the end of October 2025, at any point during those 20 months, did you share a report that contained answers to questions that this committee asked?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think?
I don't know.
Well, you don't know.
I may have. I could have. I don't know.
Are you aware that on March 26th of 2024, we received a stack of documents from Rhode Island Department of Transportation with answers to questions that we asked at the February 12th hearing?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, I'd ask you please to look at Exhibit AAA.
That's the one that you handed me tonight?
Yes, please.
Yep.
And you will see that contains a minute-by-minute log of the February 12th hearing, and it lists questions that we asked, when we asked them, and provided us with information. And I might add, I had asked a series of questions somewhere around the 3-hour mark, and you gave me a lot of information, and I appreciate that. But my question to you is, why did that list not contain the questions that have been asked by Representatives Nardone and Quattrucci and Chair McKinney?
I have no idea.
Was that prepared by your staff?
I don't know. This is the first time I'm seeing this document that you handed me.
Yeah.
So I would have to have an opportunity to go and review this with my staff to see if this is how they responded. But let's take it for what it is. Let's say it is.
Okay. Are you
Then,
responsible?
okay, so,
Are you responsible for what your staff does?
oh, Senator, I've got 700 employees. Of course, in a grand sense, a director is responsible for what his staff does, but not responsible on a minute by minute as to what their actions or the words or no human is capable of knowing from minute to minute every word and every action of every one of his 700 employees.
In Mr. Cunha's questions,
I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, Mr. Cunha's questions, you made a repeated point that you were not legally responsible for what the contractors did based on the bridge inspection manual. Are you legally responsible for what your staff does?
Legally responsible? I don't know that there's a legal aspect of responsibility in managing and directing a department. But, yeah, I mean, we all try to be responsible, but to know every word and every detail of every sentence muttered by every employee, 700 employee, 365 days a year, that's nearly impossible to do. Don't you agree?
Did you assure this committee on 3 occasions on February 12th that you would be reporting out about the forensic analysis of the bridge through contractors whom you hired?
I think I said that that report was being developed and that it would be available, yeah.
Did you say we are reporting back to you?
I don't know that I said that.
Did you say that at page 194, line 13 to 14 to Chair McKinney?
194. Let's see. 194. What line number, please?
I think it was 13 and 14.
Yes.
Okay.
I said, and we'll be reporting that back to you.
Yes. And did you say to Representative Quattrucci, and when we have that, we'll be reporting out. And I assure you we'll be looking at all the responsibility issues that must go along with that,
And where is that?
That's on page 160, lines 17 through 20.
Look, let's make it short. I mean, this is taking forever. Let's say all of this. I'm going back and forth from one page to another. You're directing me to all kinds of comments. It's apparent that I said that we're doing a report, and when we get the report, we'll report back to you.
Okay. And you got the report by the end of February.
Which report? The metallurgic report?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which answered the questions that the 3 members of this committee asked.
I don't know that it did or it didn't, but go ahead.
All right. Representative Nardone asked, looking at these photos, it really looks to me...
Now, again, what page are you on?
We just read this, Director. We're pages 141 to 42.
Okay, I don't know if anybody else is not following, but You're jumping from 160 to 190 to 170.
Yeah.
What page are you on now?
I'm trying to conserve everybody's time.
So am I.
And I was hoping that you would remember your testimony from an hour ago about what was in the WJE report. But since you don't remember it, I will tell you what's in that report with
I'm not
the
sure I
committee's
understand
permission.
what you're getting at. What do you mean, do I remember the report, what I testified an hour ago? I said what I said an hour ago.
Yeah.
I said what I said then.
All right,
Let's cut to the chase, and what is it that you're asking?
Representative Nardone asked you about when the pins failed.
Right.
You got a report on February 19 that had information about when the pins failed.
Not sure I got it on that date, but that's the date that it is. That's the date that it is.
Okay, you received
stamped
it
with, but I don't always get reports on the date that they're stamped with.
You testified that you received it in February.
Okay.
Okay. That had information about when the pins failed, correct?
I believe, no, it had some information about that, yes.
And it would have been reasonable. It would have been reasonable for Representative Nardone to expect to get that report.
Okay.
But he didn't get it.
Okay.
Why not?
I have no idea.
You have no idea why Representative
he didn't get it.
Quattrochi didn't get the report.
I have no idea. No.
Can you understand? And by the way, they had no way of knowing that this report existed, correct?
Neither did I at that point. It hadn't even been done yet.
They didn't have any knowledge it existed when you had received it.
I don't know what they knew. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. I'm not understanding what this is. It's very confusing.
Yeah.
So what I think you're trying to get at is, did I purposely withhold the report from someone? I don't know. What is it that you're trying to get at?
What I'm trying to get at, sir, is that you are asking us to trust you. And
I don't think I asked that once. Can you recall when I last asked that of anybody here?
You're asking us to trust the success of this system. You asked Attorney Cunha to trust that the bridges
system
all
that we have in
were
place
successful.
to manage projects, absolutely.
And I'm suggesting to you that you told us you were going to give us something, and I hope you'll understand that your failure to provide that to us is an issue of trust.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't know how that took place or where, if there was I don't know what happened or why it happened according to what you're alleging, or even if your allegations are correct. But, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will look to Senator De La Cruz.
I have a few questions, Mr. Chairman. Pretty direct and straight to the point. First one that I have is, were people at risk crossing the bridge prior to December 11th, 2023?
I can't say with certainty because I can't say with certainty. There are a lot of factors it was a complex structure, and I think by the very reports and analysis that you saw, there are suppositions and assumptions that are made in these reports. I think all with a good intent to try and frame the problem and the issue, but here's what I did know. I knew that when I found out about that pin being broken on December 11th, I immediately called the governor and convened my engineers and determined that that bridge had to be closed, and we closed it to protect the safety of people. And I act on information like that instantaneously and immediately before, as soon as it comes to my attention.
Thank you. At a press conference you held in December 14th, 2023, you stated unequivocally two findings: that the anchor rods that were found to be broken on December 8th, 2023 were adequate, serviceable condition at the time of the most recent inspection that was performed in July 2023.
Yes.
And the second assertion was that some extraordinary event caused these rods to break sometime between July 2023 and December 2023. What evidence do you have, if any, to support these two statements?
So let's take the second one first, that some event happened that caused them to break suddenly and violently. The WJE report, in fact, says that the event of them snapping was rapid. I think is their description, rapid, and they use another term, brittle, rapid and brittle. So that pretty much supports my, remember now, I'm speaking within days with the information that I had available to me at that point in time. So the break in the pin, I said, was whatever I said. They verified that by saying the break was, when it happened, when that break happened, it was rapid and brittle. They used those words in their report, the WJE report. So that's on that comment. I said that it's evident from the reports that we have, and I think I even showed the pictures from the report. The report said in July, everything was okay. No mention of that pin being broken. In fact, they show a picture of a portion. It never mentioned that any part of it was broken. So, again, I pay a lot of money for those reports, and the responsibility is clearly defined in the contract that we have with these companies, that it's their responsibility to report out any critical finding. Now, certainly, a pin with that kind of importance on a structure like this one, with people traveling over it, would be a critical finding. They didn't report on that. So based on the information that I had at that time, I presented that. The July report, it wasn't shown broken. Here we are in December, it's broken. And looking at the fracture, it's apparent that it happened suddenly. Now, I think I even said, and I don't know if it was a heavy load from a truck that did it. And the report, the WJE report, says pretty much the same thing. It did not show up in the July report that pin was snapped, nor did they report on it in the July report, or the previous year or the previous year. They did analysis on it, which we didn't have that day, we had subsequently, but which I asked them to look at and determine, among other things, when it snapped and why it snapped. And they say, and they themselves say it happened in a brittle nature, which is sudden and violently.
So, Mr. Alviti, I want to give you ample time to respond, because I understand that this is your reputation, and I would want ample time to respond. But I also want enough time to go through my other questions.
Madam Leader, no, we had asked everyone to stick to one question.
I understand that, but one question is not ample. And when I had asked to meet with the attorney, and Attorney Cunha, not on you, it was someone else in your office or our office, that did not allow us to speak with Attorney Cunha. So I have a few questions, and if you don't mind, I'd like to get through them.
No, Attorney Cunha
it's not going to be allowed.
Has been available, and I never received a call.
He has been available,
President
but
never received a call.
He has. Listen, I spoke to you about this beforehand.
But we've asked everyone to try to stick to this. We've given a little bit of leeway. We just did. But at this point, we've got to move on.
So then, if we're going to have oversight hearings, you need to give the committee ample time to ask questions.
Representative Chippendale, we're going to give you some time. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
This predates you, and you've made that very clear. Obviously, you've been the director since 2015.
Representative, your mic's not on.
How about now? Okay,
There you go.
I'm sorry. Director Alviti, bridge predates you, predates my birth, for God's sake. But you did identify, and I think we all recognize that it is an extremely unique and precarious design. That hasn't been a mystery to the state for well before you, and that's been in reports, et cetera, et cetera. The one thing that I've been listening to, particularly in the earlier part, regarding the inspections and listening for, I haven't heard, so I'm going to ask very, very plainly. To say to a contractor or whomever, go inspect the bridge, is one thing. But do we, in the RFP, is it our practice as a state, the Department of Transportation, to specify which elements need to be tested, inspected, and for what?
Okay. So no, we don't, but we do it in a very general sense that leaves it to the expertise of that particular company, because they're highly qualified to study, and I think we say that in our specifications to them, that they're contracted to do, or in their contract, that they need to look at every plan and every detail of a bridge and it is their responsibility to determine what elements have to be inspected in what way and complete that inspection. Because that's what they do. They're able to look at a structure, well, they should be able to, that's what we contract with them to do, look at a structure, determine what elements are critical that they should be looking at, and look at those and inspect them and make sure it's part of the inspection.
And that makes perfect sense. I agree with you. The design-build model is much more efficient. I think that process has proven itself out. But prior to that, we did have our in-house folks doing it, as you know. I have to believe that at some point the post-tensioning, which is the critical element of this type of a design, whether it's the cables embedded or whether it's the beams or whether it's the rods themselves, the post-tensioning is the most unique part of this sort of a design. It would seem to me, and I think you have answered this, but it would seem to me that it would be important or incumbent upon us as a state to point to those things which we know are unique to this design and which make it a particularly unfavorable design, which is why it's only used in 3 or 4 instances, I think you said, across the nation. I think it would be in our best interest to specify which elements of a bridge, and I would like to need to be inspected. And I would like to think that going forward we'll be a little bit more deliberative in what we do specify we want reported. That's not going to change this situation. So again, I think you did answer that. I would like to see that specificity going forward. Also, my office did a request for some public questions, which we're going to provide to the clerk, which will get to DOT. Good questions that folks need to have answered, but we're not going to take the committee's time with those. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Leader. Senator Rogers?
Thank you, Chairman. A couple quick questions through tonight's hearing.
Just one.
Well, it's tied together. So, and I don't know which one to throw at first, but they're both kind of tied together.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier how the inspections are done through subcontractors, and you actually said oversight of those companies is not Rhode Island DOT to oversight to see what they have and haven't checked. You just work off of their reports. So who would that oversight be for? Who would actually, because that seems like a link missing in the chain here, where there's an open end where nobody's really responsible, and if they miss it, it could cost somebody's life. And tied into that, we have, I went on the MPA, the 359, and I couldn't get the up-to-date one, but it looks like many of the contractors that were on that list over the last 15 or 20 years are still currently on there. And are we still hiring these same people to do jobs out on the bridges now that they failed to, in your words, find the correct rod break and report it to you where it could have been fixed? So how do we fix the problem of, we know there's a problem, there's not enough oversight there, and how do you square with still hiring the same employees that you sat here and said missed something very important that could have cost some lives?
Yep. So, repeat the first part of that question again.
The inspections are the company that comes in, and if they miss it, they miss it. You have no oversight.
Oh, yes. Okay, so, yeah.
It wasn't DOT's fault.
No.
They're not responsible for what
Well,
the inspection did.
the way we've dealt with that is the redundancy that we built in every single year. We have an inspection on our bridges every single year, and we alternate the experts that we're using on that, so that a separate set of eyes, a separate company with equally competent people are looking at it, and we do that repetitively over 6-7 years. So it's not us that's taking a look, but we hire other experts to look at what the last person did, and so on and so forth, every single year with a different contractor. That redundancy has built into it the kind of oversight that you're asking for. We hire out that oversight so that every year it's being inspected by a different company. And another set of eyes are on it to make sure that if this company missed it, this company doesn't. This bridge specifically, the only one like it in our inventory, and very few throughout the country, with all of the various components, combination of components that it had built into it, doesn't exist anymore. There's no more like that in our inventory. Whatever complex bridges we do have, I think I answered before this, we have now developed specific inspection criteria for the complex bridge inventory that we have that at least draw their consultants' attention to particular components in a bridge that may be critical.
I did have a question on a document that was shown earlier on that same one where it showed the inspections over the years. And going over my bridge reports as a highway director in my town, I work off of the recommendations of what needs to be fixed, and I know how the scoring is. And the scorings range from like 6 down to 3.
Yep.
6 being good, 3 being
not good,
bad. And usually what happens, which was confusing with this bridge, bridges will slowly drop their weight limit to the point where then they'll go down a single lane and then they'll be shut down completely. So it takes time and it triggers. And those score numbers, when they score it, gives you an indication on what direction they're going in. But what I noticed on that bridge was from 2000 to 2023, she actually increased her score from 5 to 6 on the superstructure.
Right.
And then that event went to shutting it right down. So it actually showed a different picture of that superstructure being improved in 3 years, showing 3 6s after it was a 5, and then it went down.
Well, during that time, I believe, or at least at some period of time throughout these last 10 years, that bridge has had work done on it to correct some of these deficiencies. And some of the deficiencies, as part of the ongoing work between the 2 or 3 different contracts that we had out there, corrected some of the deficiencies. So that could explain why the difference. But I'll find out specifically, and I'll have our folks get you an answer on that.
I just found that as odd.
Yep.
Usually it was going the other. It was going
if no work at all was done, that would be odd. But I believe we had contractors out there working on it. And I think that's my point. They were working on trying to rehabilitate it instead of fixing it or completely rebuilding it.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Place. Representative Handy.
I'll jump into that breach that I saw there. Suddenly nobody had their hand up that last second. I'm like, oh, I'm going to jump in. Again, Director, thank you for coming to talk with us today. So I have one really just yes or no question, and then a slightly more. So I will do sort of a 2 thing, but they are connected. Just the first one was that it looks like there's just 5 companies that have done those inspections over the 10 years, which makes sense. But AECOM actually repeats in there. And so I wanted to check, do the inspection companies that are doing those annual inspections actually have the previous year's report so they can kind of cut and paste and things like that? It sounds like that might have been the case. Is that?
All the companies had availability to all of the reports. They're all on our system for them to refer to.
And then so I guess that in my mind, one of the concerns I have is the potential for it's not really industry capture, it's not really a term, but sort of an incestuousness between different companies. So in other words, I might be worried if I ding like if I'm AECom and I ding Trans Systems is going to ding me next time, so I want to sort of be soft on their report because I don't want to get dinged by them later, or I'm an employee that might eventually want to move to that other company later. What do we do to prevent that from happening?
I don't know that I can answer that definitively. Generally, I would say that having different companies who are generally competitors don't do that kind of thing with each other. But even for the ones that they don't, it is a breach of contract, number one. So there's that, right? But then there's also the liability and the ethical code that professional engineers have legally to abide by, as doctors do no harm.
Well, then how do we have so many companies all breaching that, all different companies all breaching that same series of things all concurrently at the same time? I mean, that just seems like an almost impossible thing, unless it's something that does, unfortunately, happen a lot more often than we realize.
No, I think it's the opposite of that. It happens a lot less often. This is the only case that we have had like that in the last 10 years out of 350 bridges that we've had.
That's still a pretty high percentage in this
context. And the complexity of this.
Well, that we know of, too. That's the other thing that we know of.
Well, we know of it because those bridges we actually tore down and built new ones on. And in the process of tearing them down, you find these kinds of anomalies. Or in the case of a repair. But this had a number of factors associated with it that is outlined in the report. I think the report, and I'm not saying anything new, it's spelled out in the report, that it was a complex structure. It was not easy to inspect because there were parts of it that were hard to get at. And there were other factors related to the way this bridge was constructed that, for some reason, I think the lawsuit itself, I have to tell you, those are the kinds of questions that I would actually encourage the committee to call in some of those contractors and ask them that question. They're the experts. They're the ones that should know the answer to those questions, like how did they miss it? Why did they miss it? Those are the kinds of questions that I think it would be helpful to the people of the state of Rhode Island and this committee to take those contractors in here and put them under the same oath that I was put under today and ask them those very frank questions.
But I think also it might show that we ought to think about having some level, at least one or two or three people with a level of expertise to catch some of these things. I understand what you've mentioned probably 15, 20 times tonight about the model that we use, like most states in the country, but I got to think that there's some level of value in having somebody that really does know.
Person with a red pen.
Rep, we'll take that as a statement rather than a question.
It is. It is not a question. Thank you.
Rep Casimiro, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought you forgot about me because I have pages and pages of questions. But no. So I'm sorry if this question appears to be redundant, but I need some clarification on the way things transpired in December of 2023, because we keep talking about a catastrophic failure and a catastrophic situation for the state of Rhode Island. So I need some clarity. But on December 8th, a consulting engineer discovered the broken tie-down and reported them to RIDOT. Over the weekend, the consulting engineers calculated and analyzed the remaining strength of the bridge. It wasn't until Monday afternoon that RIDOT closed the bridge. Now, it was a very, very busy weekend in Rhode Island. We had the Army-Navy game, and then on Monday morning we had the normal high traffic amounts because of the Monday morning commute. Why did it take 3 days to determine that the bridge was dangerously unsafe? And, as a follow-up to that, what DOT staff were working over the weekend on this pressing public safety matter?
So several of the people in our, I'm sure the program manager, along with some of our chief engineering people that manage these projects and inspections, were there with outside consultants that we brought in. I think every report that you have had made available to you all of these various experts, described this structure as an extremely complex structure in the way that each component interacts with each other and in the way that the importance of each component in the structural integrity of the bridge. 3 days was enough time for us to determine with surety that this bridge needed to be closed.
Okay,
and
thank you.
And I assure you, as soon as that information came to me, I acted immediately on it.
Thank you. And since you brought up project managers, are your project managers engineers, or what kind of credentials do they have?
They're project managers.
The
They
project
have
managers.
project management.
So if a project manager was brought in that weekend, they wouldn't necessarily understand the complexity or the
project managers,
severity of this situation.
project managers may have been there, but they weren't the active participants. The real experts that we had in there were the private consultants that were doing the analysis for us.
Rep, please.
Thank you, Director. Senator Zurier went through and read, I won't obviously revisit that again, but read comments made by 3 members of this committee in the initial hearing on oversight.
Yes.
That they said they looked at that tie rod, they looked at that rod and knew that they knew, commoners, non-engineers, non-metallurgists, they knew by looking at that, I did the same thing, that it had sheared more than 6 months before. Okay? We knew it. Our eyes told us. We're not trained. We're not metallurgists. But again, common everyday people looked at that rod and said, it's been sheared for a long time, a lot longer than 6 months. Why didn't RIDOT come to that same conclusion when you reported to the state that this bridge had failed? Because I get it. The report says, hey, say the report says the bridge is Swiss cheese. But you're going to know it's not made out of Swiss cheese. And I don't understand why you couldn't, RIDOT didn't make a matter-of-fact assessment of the pictures with their professional opinions and report on the facts that they see based on who they are and what they're charged to do, and then turn around and not report those findings that confirmed what members of this committee already knew.
Oh,
because that's what happened.
I see.
You know, the members of this committee knew,
I understand.
and then you never actually confirmed what they already knew by sending the report. I think that was the point of Senator Zurier's comment was they knew it. You said that you would get back to us with the report, and you never did. But again, my question is, why couldn't your engineers, why couldn't you as a civil engineer make an assessment of that picture of that tie rod and understand that there's a fault inside that report somewhere?
We pretty much determined that. That's why within days, maybe 3 days of that, I commissioned my engineering staff to bring in one of the best.
It took you days to figure that out?
No. I knew at that time we knew it was broken. During those days, my attention, and many of the people at DOT, was on getting a new route immediately adjacent to that reopened so that the terrible conditions that people were enduring with traffic jams.
Why did you tell us that you thought in July that the bridge was safe in July when you knew by looking in your eyes it wasn't?
Let me finish, if you would. Let me finish. Okay?
You're not answering my question, though, Director.
I'm about to. What I knew at that point was that it was snapped. What I didn't know was when it snapped. It was apparent, the best information that I had available, engineering information that I had available, not by sight, not by taking a guess, not by saying, oh, there's rust on it and that's more than 6 months old. I don't know that. You may think I'm that expert, but I'm not an expert that I can look at a picture, a fuzzy picture, and determine exactly when the rust on that started happening, whether it was 3 days, a month, 6 months, 2 months. I didn't know that at this point. What I did know, and what I did report on, and what I said, with the information that I had available to me at that moment, was that here it is snapped, and here it is in a report from a month ago, reporting out that it's not snapped. That's the only information that I had, and that's what I said. A lot of translations of that have been made in the press and the media, and conversations by people all over the place. But the fact of the matter is, I told you what I knew at that point in time. And what I knew is that here's a report with it not broken, with a company that's paid to tell me if it's broken, not saying that it is.
The report said it wasn't broken, or the report just didn't mention the rod?
Well, let's not mince words. They were contracted to report on any critical finding. I would say a snap rod was a critical finding, and they did not report on that. That's a failure of them meeting their contractual obligation and their professional obligation to the state of Rhode Island. That's where we are. That's why we're here. I was reporting out at that time with the facts presented to me by the companies that we hire to provide me with the facts. And I said the facts that were available to me at that time. Now that I hired WJE to look further into it, to answer those questions that you just asked. But it was at that point we knew it was snapped. The determination of when it happened, how it happened, and all of those other things, I knew would take some time and some serious study. And because there was a very high importance on this, I got the best company that we could find to find those, and we took a hands-off approach. We said to them, go and find out.
Director, we've covered this.
Yes, we did. Sorry.
Thank you, Rep. Rep Messier? Rep Shalko-Smith?
Thank you, Director. I appreciate the information you shared this evening on the bridge. But I'm curious, if you were your supervisor, how would you rate your performance on the bridge project over the last few years?
That's a hypothetical that I won't participate in. I'll leave that to my supervisor.
Thank you, Rep. And Rep Falella. I think we're covered. At this point, Director, I think you've probably covered every possible statement that needs to be made, but if you feel like a brief statement is warranted, we indicated we would give you that opportunity.
Very brief. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm saying thank you primarily for the very brief.
So, in summary, first I want to acknowledge that the closure of this bridge has caused stress and anxiety, and we feel it at DOT just the same as all of you feel it and your constituents feel it. Every day, it's in our DNA to do that. This is something very important to us. And we know it's affected thousands of Rhode Islanders. Our only goal at DOT is to now take what we know and relieve those feelings as quickly as we possibly can. Here's what I know about who we are and how we operate at DOT. We're an agency, as I said over and over, that's required to operate by law, the law that some of you here today actually enacted, and to act in accordance with that law and with federal law. And we act in cooperation with you all and the federal government to make this happen. Every instance and for every project, we've done that. As I said, 351 bridges we fixed using this. We've done it successfully. They would never have been fixed if we didn't use this methodology. Simply, we're an agency that is charged with fixing our infrastructure, not by actually designing it and constructing it. We hire experts to do that for us. But we are responsible for fixing them. And we've done that in the last 9 years. I mean, look around you. Your constituents can look around. It's very evident the work that we're doing and the improvements that we've made over the last 10 years. We're an agency that's charged with hiring highly capable private sector engineers and contractors to deliver our projects for us. And that is a best scenario that is being employed more and more throughout the country. In fact, we have been asked to speak with other DOTs that are implementing this same procedure. And we rely on that expertise over and over again to get that work done for us. We're confident now that the new Washington Bridge will be strong, safe, easy to maintain, easy to inspect, and is being built with materials and methods that is going to last 100 years. We got the best contractor in the country doing it for us. I want to assure you all and the people of Rhode Island that we've worked hard at DOT to make sure that what happened to the Washington Bridge will not happen again. The Washington Bridge was a bizarre design. It was a one-off, only one of its kind in our inventory. It doesn't exist anymore, and the department is not using that kind of technology or design in any of our new bridges. Like all of you, I want the best for the folks in Rhode Island, and we intend on continuing to do that. I would recommend that to answer some of the outlying questions that I've heard here, and to relieve, and in the interest of transparency, to call some of these companies in and ask them these questions that you've asked me today under oath, to get an understanding of where they are and what they do. So thank you for this opportunity of speaking with you. I hope that I was able to answer your questions in a manner that's suitable to you, and we stand ready to continue to work for you and to answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director. And to close, we have asked Attorney Cunha to sum up, if he could.
I'll be very brief. The hour is late. I think it was made clear at the beginning of this that this continued oversight hearing was intended to continue inquiries into this issue based on some of the findings that were raised in the WJE reports. I think it's also clear that those reports raised two significant but somewhat related issues. The first is the question of whether this bridge failed substantially earlier than was originally understood, and than the time that it was originally closed. Perhaps months earlier and perhaps considerably before that. Second, I think the reports make clear that there was a widespread failure over many years to inspect, detect, and assess the condition of aspects of this bridge, including the tie-down rods that ultimately failed. And the question posed by much of this oversight is who failed and why? Now, you heard a lot of testimony in the course of today that RIDOT blames its contractors. That is not a terribly surprising development given the pending lawsuit that is currently being litigated in state court. The contractors that it hired and selected to conduct these inspections and repair the bridge. And regardless of the outcome of that lawsuit, which is going to be decided separately, which will answer questions about legal liability, the question for this body is the question of oversight and accountability. And are you satisfied that measures and procedures are in place to ensure that something like this doesn't recur? And I would submit to you that this afternoon and this evening, the director was emphatically clear that RIDOT relies on contractors. It relies on contractors to assess the condition of its bridges. It relies on contractors to assess the validity of the assessment of its bridges and to implement the recommendations that come out of those contractor assessments. And in this case, when a contractor that RIDOT hired to assess what happened with respect to the Washington Bridge made recommendations about what RIDOT ought to do, it relied on contractors yet again to assess and implement those. It's contractors all the way down. And the question for this committee is whether that is satisfactory, whether separate and apart from the question of whether RIDOT ought to take all of the functions of designing or inspecting bridges in-house, whether there is room for some engineering or managerial expertise within the agency to backstop and assess what these contractors are doing. It is not a question of legal culpability, it's a question of accountability for this committee to decide and to determine whether either historically or today the measures that ought to be in place are in place. And as the committee makes those determinations, at the appropriate time, you may want to hear from additional witnesses, including engineering inspection personnel at RIDOT, including potentially from outside contractors and including potentially from WJE itself or other engineers who may shed additional light on what happened here and what best practices ought to be implemented going forward, so that you have confidence that a state agency charged with the administration of our infrastructure fully understands the critical aspects of the infrastructure in its inventory, has procedures in place to track those aspects, and has the capability, separate and apart from the work of its contractors, to assess and evaluate and push back where appropriate on those recommendations. And if not, to make whatever recommendations you believe are appropriate to ensure that those things are true going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Counselor. I want to thank Chairwoman Serpa. I want to thank all the members of the House and the Senate for their time here today. Director Alviti, thank you. And I will say we are looking at next steps. We will digest what we have learned here today, and we will be in touch as far as any further going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.